be able to get through all these items. And I think there's going to be a lot of satisfaction on many of these items. So I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Councilmember Fan,
Present.
Councilmember Montano,
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
I'm here.
and Mayor Tran.
Present. Thank you so much, Mary. And before we adjourn to closed session here, we'll check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any comment.
Thanks, Mayor. I apologize for being a little late. Had some technical difficulties, and I'll get back on my regular computer after this. But just wanted to note there's 2 items for a closed session this evening. The first is conference with labor negotiators, and then there's also an agenda item for conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and that is to discuss the Home Key project.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And off to closed session we go.
Hi. I'm Did you talk to anybody that's getting charged?
Good evening, everybody. We're just getting back here very shortly. 7:30 is when we're looking to continue the regular open part of tonight's meeting. So just stand by for a bit. And as folks join the panel here, we will get back to business. While we're waiting here, I just want to welcome folks to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. Whether you're on Zoom as an attendee, whether you are on Facebook live stream or YouTube.com, the City of Milpitas website. While we're getting ready to continue the meeting here, I just want to welcome folks tuning in from all over Milpitas. We are meeting here tonight on the third Tuesday of the month, as we do meet every first and third Tuesday of every month, except for July, except for our recess. But thank you for tuning in, folks. I know we have a lot of conversations happening here in Milpitas, and I'm so proud because these conversations will always include you and your voice. And that's what makes this public service so rewarding. I will look around here. I want to make sure our city council is all aboard so that we can continue our city business with a full roster. So it looks like we're waiting on one more person. Perhaps they'll be here in a moment. So we'll take a look here. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, welcome everybody again. Once again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We got a lot of business tonight, and I'm very much looking forward to all the items. While we're waiting for one more person, I want to invite folks to obtain our agenda for this evening. At every city council meeting, we have an agenda, just like you do at your job. And we have a list of business items that we must accomplish, and we do. And so tonight, our Milpitas City Council agenda is posted on the City of Milpitas website. Just search for agenda, and it should pop up for this date, October the 20th, 2020. Okay, fantastic. So welcome everybody tonight once again to our regularly scheduled Milpitas City Council meeting. And we'll go ahead and get back to business here. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public, there was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening that needs to be reported out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And if I may take just a moment here, can't speak too much about the closed session, but I do want to say, which is really public information, is we're still, I think, waiting on in regards to the Project Home Queue. I am still waiting for the letter from the county. So that's just an update I want to provide. Okay, great. So next up, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand where you are. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, great. We're moving along here. Next up is the invocation. And tonight's invocation is presented by Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for letting us all gather here tonight. Let us remember that tonight we are here to take care of important business that is for all of our citizens and residents. We are here tonight to do work that is important for our daily lives and for those things that will be here not only today, but in the next 5, 10, 20 years. Let's make sure that we get things done in a speedy manner. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Next up is the public forum. I know we have a number of guests this evening, our information technology department, and I'm sure our city staff will be assisting members to have the really the right to join us here for the public forum. Tonight it'll be 1 minute, and we have a lot of items on the agenda, and it'll be consistent with recent times. And so we will go to virtual raised hands, and I do see them. So here we go. First up, let's go ahead and get started here. Voltaire Montemayor. We hear you. Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Hello, this is Voltaire. You hear me?
Yes, yes, carry on.
Oh, yeah. The mayor, the vice mayor, and members of the city council, the city manager and staff, and to all. This is Voltaire Montemayor of 669 Penitentiary Street, Milpitas. Sorry, I missed the discussion special about the home key. At least I got the pros and cons. For everyone's information though, while walking around the city, Milpitas is really beautiful. Like a lot of us lately know while walking around. Let us be proud of our city. Let's maintain, if possible. Let us improve all the good things. No need to improve, none to overcome. But let's enjoy. Let's be proud of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to encourage folks here that are on the Zoom, if you're on YouTube or Facebook and you're commenting, we can't really see that too much. Go over to the City of Milpitas website to really join the Zoom link here. That way we can really give you the platform to speak and really have your voice heard. I mean, we do see all those other comments. It's just different platform, and we're going with the Zoom. It's kind of the one. It's the one. And so, folks, if you're an attendee here and you're already here, thank you so much. Feel free to raise your virtual raised hand, and we're going to get to you. Okay, great, fantastic. Happy everybody's here. Next up, Thomas Valor.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Tom Valori, a 31-year resident of Milpitas. After being a resident of Milpitas for 31 years, I have never been so embarrassed to be a Milpitian than I was on the evening of 15 October during the course of the special meeting of the City Council, listening to fellow Milpitas residents refer to fellow human beings who had fallen on hard times as if they were subhuman and undeserving of help. In fact, the lack of empathy or genuine expression of caring was palpable and frankly sickening. The NIMBY attitude was rampant and unchecked, even by contrary facts to the reasons provided as justification.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Next up, we have Karen Friedman. Welcome.
Thank you. Council, Mayor and Council, I'm a Milpitas resident since 1983. I would like to quickly address you on the project Home Key. Since I only have a minute, I'll get right to my point. My request is for the council to reconsider their request to withdraw from this program. I believe our concerns can be addressed, and I think it's up to the council to help educate the public on the facts of this situation. I think the federal government imposed this challenging timeline. We all would have wanted more time. The facility there at extended stay was chosen because the modifications can be accomplished in this short period of time. And yes, qualified Milpitas homeless will be given preference. Applicants will be screened, and I strongly encourage the council to reconsider and let's move this project forward. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Folks can refer to the special council meeting for any questions about the preference. Okay. Next up, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Good evening, City Council, and good evening, Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to mention about the Cut the Commute pledge that is being signed by the different cities. The Cut the Commute pledge is being entered by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. That is in lieu of improving the air quality within the Bay Area. So I request that the council consider to support the pledge. And also there are other initiatives from a technology perspective, like a gunshot detection technology. That is also I request council to consider as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Elena Gill. Hey, Elena, welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, good evening. So I am here representing Milpitas softball. I have more of a comment than an actual question, but really I just wanted to continue to stress the importance of a long-term solution for the girls of Milpitas, specifically our softball players. We want to make sure that we can stress the importance of having our home base in one central location, having 4 fields, a snack shack, and a bathroom. Snack shack is very important because that is the main source of our income during the season. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Elena. Duly noted. Tell the family I said hi. Next up, Anna Rodriguez.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly tonight. Again, my name is Anna Rodriguez, and along with Elena Gill, I'm also part of the Milpitas Pal Softball Board. And while she expressed, mentioning the long-term solution for our league, I'm actually here tonight to voice my concern for an interim plan for our league. I think it's fair to mention that it's very imperative that we come up with a short-term solution as we gear up to open up registration. Reason being is that many parents are already asking where the girls will be playing come opening day in the spring. And with several surrounding cities already taking registration, or registration has opened for other communities, we can potentially lose players to other leagues. And so therefore I'm asking for a fast track to a short-term solution for our league. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. I'll get to that during the announcements portion in about a little bit after this public forum. I will address that. Next up, we have Tina Ortiz. Hey, welcome. You might be on mute, not sure. We are here for you. Check your device, and we hope to hear from you. Tina Ortiz, yes, yes. Okay, looks like your virtual hand is now at the end of the queue. I'm not sure how that happened, but stay with us, Tina. And if you hear me, stay with us. Okay, based on the order of the hands here, something changed, but stay with us. You're not too far here. Next up, Paul Kwan. Oh, wait, we have Tina here, actually. Tina, okay. Looks like you're on, Tina. Are you there? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello there.
Hello,
Yes, may I ask who this is?
Paul Kwan?
Okay, all right. Looks like we have Paul. Okay.
Yeah,
Little,
can I start?
little odd. Okay, why don't you go ahead, Paul? Since
Okay, I really support city submit a letter to ask request county to withdraw the home key project. I totally agree and appreciate. And then the reason because this the home key project is a lack of transparency because the home key project does not engage with the resident, provide any input and feedback. This is not acceptable. And also this is improper process. The contractor and the county submit a home key application without the city resident and city county fully support and approval. This is also unacceptable. Another, this is unfair to repeaters because this project is not for housing repeater homeless, but for Santa Clara County homeless. Our city have no say on the priority list and decide who can move to this homeless housing property. This is not benefit repeater homeless people and will not solve homeless property repeaters.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. If I go to Tina now, Tina, are you there? I want to make sure we get Tina. I do see your screen, your box on the screen here. I know you are connected here. This I don't think your microphone's on mute based on what I'm looking on the Zoom, and so if you can hear us, I would like to hear you. Okay, we'll give you a moment. Stay with us. Next up, we have George Z.
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Hi, Mayor, City Council member, Vice Mayor, and yeah, I've been living in Milpitas for 5 years, and I have been bothered by the environment concerns from the city, and now we heard about the home key project. So I totally agree with the City Council decision to the current stance. So I think we should move forward to talk to the county for them to withdraw the project entirely, because the process lack of any long-term research for the Milpitas people and the environment, and our voice has not been heard during this process. That's all I want to talk about. Thanks.
Very much. Okay. Next up, we'll go with Allison McDonald.
Good evening. I wanted to reiterate what Tom Valori and another citizen named Karen, I didn't catch her last name, said. I was really disheartened by the council's reaction last week. And I think that you need to have the courage to stand up for the most vulnerable in our community while we don't, and to work with the county to try to ensure that some of our Milpitas unhoused residents would find a home with in the facility that was being planned, that had, you know, security, had screening, provides a decent home for people and would keep all of us safer than having people on the streets.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Tina Ortiz. Are you there? I know we want to make sure we see your name. We want to recognize you. It looks like everything's fine with your box. Just for some reason we can't hear you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Cool.
The
All
prompt
right.
to unmute was not coming up.
Thank
But
God.
I'm here speaking on behalf of Milpitas Pal Softball as well. My urgency and concerns are with the fact that I keep hearing everybody speak in these public forums saying we have 3 fields, and we do have 4. The small backfield we do use for our young age groups, the 3 to 6-year-olds. And then secondly, I wanted to stress the concern, as Elena did, that we are in dire need of fields as soon as possible, as our season is projected to begin in March or April, depending on what the COVID standards will be. And lastly, since I know middle schools may not be having sports this spring, I wanted to maybe suggest to the city and the school to consider postponing the project that's supposed to take place at Russell, to allow us to have our season without any hesitation, and to give the city and school district time to find us a new home. Thank you. Save Milpitas softball.
I hear you. All right, thank you very much. Next up, Jayant Shikar. Yes.
Hello, Mayor Tran and City Council members. Hope you're able to hear me. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And thank you so much for your rejecting the Home Key project, for it is being executed in the wrong way with little transparency by the county. It has a bad location close to the park where many city kids play every day. There's an alcohol store nearby, and the location is in the city center of the city. Hope we all find the right solution to the problem and a method to solve it with a right open set of mind, instead of pushing through in a method which has been opaque and not considerate of all the people of the city or the city itself. The city to take on 32% of the proposal of the Bay Area is not something that Milpitas can afford. It cannot scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, Tom Lynn.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, this is Tom Lin, Milpitas resident. Yeah, I feel the Santa Clara just, we are the city to be a safety, sacrifice for their projects. So that made me feel not comfortable about that. Looking to New York City or other, there's a lot of homeless people city. Look into the environment. That's really a mess. So yeah, against put those homeless person in such a Milpitas such a dense population area. So hopefully they can move to somewhere else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Maria Martinez. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, the person you're about to speak with has call captions turned on. They'll see captions of what you say to help them listen along.
Play a place for our softball community, and I hope the council will help us with that. Okay. Hi, I'm Ava Martinez. I also play for Milpitas softball. I'm 12 years old, and I'm relying on the city council for the future of our sport to have a home in Milpitas. This is my only outreach because due to our circumstances, I do not have an option to play anywhere else. So I really rely on your decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Is there any more, Maria, is there any other persons I could allow more time? Absolutely. If there's more than one person, but thank you so much. We hear you. Okay, looks like we'll go to the next person, Jackie Romero.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Tran. I just want to take a moment and thank you guys all for all your hard work. I know you guys have day jobs that you guys are a part of. And unfortunately, due to this situation that occurred, you are now having to take time away from your day job to handle the city. But it also got me thinking, maybe it's time to look at, instead of having you guys be part-time council members, maybe it's time to look at full-time so this doesn't happen again to our city, where you guys are able to do the research on every item and stay informed of what's going on, you know, nationwide, statewide, and countywide, so that you can be able to keep everybody notified here in our local, you know, city of Milpitas. So again, thank you for all your work, and thank you so much for your patience with everybody saying their opinion. I hope you do your best to do what's best for our city. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jessica Yu.
Hello. Hi, Mayor.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Jessica Yu. I'm a Milpitas resident. I'm against the home key project in Milpitas. From Mayor, on your Facebook, there's a lady. She worked at one of the converted hotel for homeless. She wrote that. She said she working there. Those homeless people mentally unstable. They are very aggressive. They get the window break. They attack workers there, and sometimes they got things from stores. So even the worker in the converted hotel say, no, not in Milpitas. It will ruin the city. Please, Mayor, look at your Facebook. The lady speak twice on the Facebook. She say, those people are very dangerous. Thank you.
I hear you. I hear everybody. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Janki Shah. Maybe the mute. I'm not sure. Janki Shah, if you're there, we want to make sure. Janki Shah, we'll give it a moment here. Maybe the mute. If not, we'll go ahead and pause there. Stay with us. Next up, I do want to go. Okay, Janki Shah, are you? Okay, never mind. Okay, next up, let's go Don Love. Each person gets 1 minute, one time per person. If we give a person 2 times, then we have to give everybody else a second turn as well, and then you can see where that would go. And so thank you for your understanding. But I believe next up is Don. Are you there, Don?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. I wanted to bring up the fact that we have so much homeless going on in Milpitas, and I'm a citizen of Milpitas, and I've been a citizen for Milpitas for 1.5 years now. We need to find a solution in some way to connect some of these homeless who have mental health, who have addictions, in order for them to get housed, because there's so many homeless in the street with different scenarios of different things. And myself personally, I work with people who are homeless, who are dealing with addictions, who are dealing with other crises, with domestic violence. And I see that the city needs to do something about it. I've seen more and more homeless in my area of Milpitas where I live. And I live in the McCarthy Ranch area. So we need to really strategize a best way for our homeless population to be served, not to be judged, but also to be housed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your positive input. I hear it in your voice. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, let's see here. If we can go Rekha Pardashi. Okay, how about Janki Shah? Well, waiting for Jonky. I'm not sure if you heard from Jonky Shaw, but I do see Tina Ortiz virtual raise hand. I'm
Hello?
thankful. Yes, yes. Who's
Yeah,
going?
thank you
Oh,
for
okay,
taking my
great.
call.
Yeah.
I am against home key project as well. I don't think the problem is about housing unhoused people. The problem is in that location, you're not trying to put 10, 20 people, you're trying to put hundreds of people that is close to park and residential area. It's just too dense for residential area, and the location is ridiculous in my opinion. So I really hope you guys do everything you can to get this out of Milpitas if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, how about Rekha Pardeshi? Are
Hi,
they
can you
here? Yes, yes, welcome.
finally?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Mayor.
sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. First of all, let me say a big thank you to you, Vice Mayor Nunez, and the entire City Council for standing up strongly for all the Milpitas residents. We appreciate that very much. Please continue to fight for Milpitas residents. I do agree that homeless people need a place, a roof over their head. So let's find some better solution for that. But this location is not the right place. This this project is not well thought out. So let's together find another solution for this problem. And again, thank you so much for your support and listening to our voices and taking them further to the county. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know there's a lot of voices there. We want to hear more voices. If you're here for the public forum, folks, go ahead and raise your virtual raised hand. There should be a function on your computer. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Next up, we have Loretto DeMondo.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking out. I'm very disappointed with Mayor Tran and City Council for not having the balls and the guts and have the vision for long-term permanent housing for people that are unhoused. I think that the city should negotiate and work with the county, having this millions of dollars of opportunity of funding and also for permanent housing. I think both should work together so that we can help alleviate the housing crisis in this area. And it's true that the city and the county have dropped the ball on communications and transparency regarding this, but I think we should move forward so that everybody will have the opportunity to have some housing and around services. Thank you.
Okay, and next up we have Lan Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lan Nguyen, and I'm all for opposing the Home Key Homeless Project in Milpitas. It's time to stop using COVID as an excuse to just push homeless people from the whole county to Milpitas. First off, this is a very rushed project, and it hasn't been studied that well, and you choose the wrong location to put that. So we need to house homeless people off Milpitas, not the whole county. So please find a better solution for that. And in the meantime, I hope you and the city council members able to fight the county and withdraw us from this ridiculous project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Ji Peng Lee.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Thank you so much. So I go by David. I'm a Milpitas resident for 2 years, but I live in the Santa Clara County for 20 years already. So I want to first thank the City Council and the Mayor for listening to our voice to oppose this Home Key project. So this project the location is pretty bad. It's absolutely horrible. And there's all like, it just shows how rushed and undemocratic this project is. And it's really close to the park, to the schools, and it's located in one of the nicest areas in Milpitas. So also this project is aimed at people with mental disorders. So we don't just build like a house. So they need more public resource. They need more mental consulting, things like that. We don't just build a house and expect them to go on. So yeah, I think there's a lot of planning that still needs to be done. So, but thank you for opposing this project.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Jasmine Edwards. We are here. Maybe please check your mute button. Possibly that may be on. Jasmine, yes. Welcome, welcome. Are you there? We are here for you. Are you there? Let's join that. It is your turn. If you are there, we are here for you. Okay. Maybe we'll get back to you momentarily. Let's go to Bill Korb.
Hi, Mayor. This is Bill Corby. I'm a Milpitas resident for 30 years in the Hillview area. I used to live in San Jose. I did about a 5-year search for where's the ideal place to live, and I settled on Milpitas Hillview neighborhood. There are many things here that I just love, and I just love the city of Milpitas and the lifestyle here. This project, I found it to be a bit troubling because it doesn't seem to be the ideal location to house 100, 200 homeless people that may require a lot of help and may end up wandering around the neighborhood and the parks and so on. I think all of us really feel for the homeless population, especially those in Milpitas. And we think there definitely has to be some good solutions for that. Putting them in the middle of the Hillview neighborhood with the liquor store nearby and the best parks and recreation nearby, and you know the place that we live and call our home.
Oh, thank you so much, Bill Corby. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next up here we have Ken Ng.
Hi, this is Ken. So I actually, I was at a meeting last week. I look at the timeline. I'm actually a bit disappointed with the staff, as well the city council, knowing that this project is coming in, which is not stupid for us, and there were never any discussion to the public as well as to the county levels. So I really want to have you guys take a look at the responsibility, take somebody to be accountable for that. And then secondly, don't let us be bullied by the bigger county or the state level, right? This is a rush project, as we know it. Just basically shove it into our city with us with no say at all. So step up. If you want to bring the project in, make sure we have control of it, not just shove any project into our city and then let it be. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are still in the public forum, folks. If you haven't spoken yet, I welcome you. I do see a lot of names, folks joining us here this evening. I want to encourage you to raise your virtual hand if you feel that you'd like your voice to be heard. If you haven't had the opportunity, yes. Next up, we have Diana. Yes. And you may want to unmute your microphone possibly. And Diana, yes.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome.
Okay. Thanks for giving me an opportunity here to voice my concerns. I am a new Milpitas resident, and I against having the home key projects in Milpitas. I want to share with you from my own personal experience. I used to live close to the housing projects area, and I got robbed a few times in 1 year actually. So this is actually really concerning because this project is moving to the the residential area, which is closer to the park where all the kids are playing. And I would like to help our families and everyone in Milpitas have a safe area for our kids to grow up. I understand that the homeless do need housing. So I think the city need to move this project somewhere else. And Milpitas need to put our Milpitas residents first.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Art. Welcome, Art.
Thank you for letting me speak, Mayor and City Council. How you guys doing tonight? Hopefully
doing good.
well.
Doing good. Yeah.
So I just, want to reiterate what Elena, Tina, and Anna said about the softball fields. It's important that we get these girls softball fields. I'm the UIC for the softball league. I've been coaching Milpitas youth for a very long time. And it's upsetting that we're going to lose 2 prime softball fields, and there's yet to be a solution. And I just want the solution to be something equal or better than what the boys have. We have a ton of soccer fields. We have a ton of football fields for all the boys. Everything is around boys, and these girls need something because we're out here molding young women to be leaders and to be self-sufficient just by playing softball and teaching them life skills out here. So it's important that they get equal or better than what the boys have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Art. I feel your passion. I feel your passion. It's definitely hitting me. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, next up we have Joe Renteria.
I coached baseball at Milpitas High School for a few years. I'm part of this community. I was raised in this community, and I feel for everybody about the softball fields. I really do. I have a daughter who is now being raised in this community, and I would like to see her play ball out here at some point. With that being said, I feel there's a better solution to this. I feel that we could do something with the sports complex where we could build around it, make it host tournaments like every other city around us is doing, like Fremont is, like Santa Clara is. Like there's something we could do about this. And I just feel like it needs to be opened up and it needs to be brought up into conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Jen Lee.
Hi, and I oppose the project to build a homeless people in near the city, the center of the Milpitas. So I think it's not a proper place because I have a friend. She said when she go to Subway and some people just go to Subway to grab something and run away. I think it's not a good demonstration to the public. So I think it's better to find some other place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up we have Penny Lee.
Yes, hi, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time. I'm calling regarding the Home Key project. I am a new Milpitas resident. I have expressed my concern about this project before, and I'll continue to express my concern. I hope litigation is the next step as time is of the essence. I'm not sure a simple letter that was sent to the county was strong enough to stop the project. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope I'm proven wrong. But in the meantime, please look at other options to stop this project because the safety of our children and community should be top priority. We should not be used as guinea pigs for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are still in the public forum, folks. I know a lot of people are joining, and there are those that may be patiently waiting to contribute to the conversation tonight. And so if you'd like, you can raise your virtual raised hand. All are welcome. City Hall is your home tonight. Ironically, it's virtual and it's actually probably at your home. And so this is the people's house. And so we do want to hear from everybody. And it's the beauty of what we do here in City Hall. Quite an honor to be here this evening and to listen. And I think folks hear the Milpitas voice loud and clear. in every different way. So great. Well, I don't see anybody else that wants to join for the public forum. And so I'll say going once, going twice, and we're going to move on to the next. Oh, you know what? All right. Someone wanted to wait to the very end. I don't know if you made the cutoff, but no, Andre. Okay, is Andre there? I see the virtual raised hand. You can't hide from me. And so
Hello?
if you put, yes,
Hello?
yes.
Okay. Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. My name is Andre Kramer. I'm here to voice my own opinion and not represent anybody else's interest. I just wanted to, as you know, I'm opposed the Project Home Key here in Milpitas. I really want to urge the City Council to take a strong stand against the county. It's unfathomable that the county has not responded to the city's letter and basically trying to ignore and stall the process. I think at this point, there's only really one option to pursue litigation, or at least threaten litigation, and take strong steps against the county. The whole process is really a violation of the whole process of getting this done is really a violation of due process. And there's no other way into stopping this. And as we all know, time is of the essence. The hotel has already been emptied. The sale is almost certainly coming up soon. So we're running out of time. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Deborah. Welcome, Deborah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and the City Council to give me the chance to speak. And basically, I oppose this home key project. The reason why is my office, just to move to Hillview Drive, which is very close to the home key project place, and which raised a concern for me about the safety. So I hope that we can consider to select the other place for the homeless. I am supportive to the homeless people, and I have done a donation to them continuously. But I think the safety issue is also a very important thing to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kim Trung.
Yes. I'm Kim Chung. Hello to all.
Huge feedback. If you can separate.
I am the resident of Milpitas, and I'm opposing
separate yourself.
The key house project because Milpitas. Sorry. Hello.
Yes, please.
Oh yes.
If you could get your phone away from your computer.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm Kim Chung. I'm the resident of Milpitas, and I'm opposing the key house project because Milpitas city is, I think, completely wrong location of this plan. And please respect the Milpitas resident, and please let the local resident to vote instead of others to decide. That's what this is. I strongly oppose to this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Christina.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Wes, welcome.
Okay, yeah, I just want to express, maybe this is my personal thought or concern about, what was being said during last week's special meeting. I am opposing the Home Key project, And I think the two biggest reasons, of course, one is it will not solve the homelessness issue of Milpitas, and also the safety of the neighborhood. I think those are the two primary concerns. And the other thing I wanted to say is people here should be mindful, about the comments they make. I think it's a democratic society. Everyone have the right to voice their concern, whether you're for or against the project. We should respect everyone's opinion, right? So during the special meeting, a council member specifically said, the group who opposed the project is anti-growth, anti-everything. And also, we're people who are not compassionate about homeless. So I think that really offended a lot of people. And I think maybe the council member, and I hope, they know who I'm referring to, will step up and, apologize to the group. Thank you.
Yep. Time's up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Time's up. Time's up. Okay, thanks. Public forums continuing. I appreciate every single person for the comments. We are Milpitas, and so if anybody else would like to speak here during this public forum, if not, okay, the public forum has concluded. Thank you so much, everybody. We will now move to, let's see here, pull up my agenda. We will now move to, I think it is the announcements. So here we are at the announcements and future agenda items portion. I just want to thank everybody once again for your public comments. I always love hearing everything around Milpitas. And one thing I do want to announce is where I kind of am in regards to this project. So as most people know, in the letter that was sent out late last week, we strongly urged our county to reply to our letter, the request in our letter by today. However, I will say that I haven't received any updates, but we haven't received any response from the county. And so the council did meet in closed session. There's really no action out of there, out of that closed session. So it's kind of same as before, that I can say. I understand the county had a meeting today that started in the morning. So I know their board has been very busy all day as well. And so under my authority as your mayor, I may call a special meeting. I do want to continue to be a good partner and have good faith in our county. And I hope that they can respond by the end of business day tomorrow. But I do want to announce that if we don't receive a response or a reason for a response by the end of the day tomorrow, on behalf of thousands of people in our community that want their voices heard, and I will always stand in support of our democracy and folks' voices to be heard, and no matter what the voice says, and no matter what the position is, but voices need to be heard. And so by the end of the day tomorrow, if we don't receive a response, which I think we will, I really do think we will, then I will call a special meeting as soon as possible. And so I do want to say that I do know that we're on a timeline, and so I think my decision is based on what I understand the timeline to be, and so there's still kind of a strategic opportunity to be had. So I do want to say that. Next thing I do want to say with the announcement is about the softball fields. Everybody knows I grew up with the Yee daughters, and I went to Russell, and so those fields are back there. And even my high school year, senior year in high school, we practiced football up there because the high school is just putting in the artificial turf. So a lot of memories back there for me, and nothing's more important than the young ladies in Milpitas. I know the city council work together to address that moment it came up with the MOU that has been in place for so long. So I'm really proud of that too. And so we're going to move forward, and really take a look at the short term here. I know that's the key. What are we doing right now? The season's coming up. Sports are sure, I think starting to open up. So I think it would be a failure if we didn't have fields for our young ladies. And so I do know we have an item on tonight's agenda, item number 9. And so maybe that's an area we can continue this discussion so that we can give it the quality it needs. So maybe let me check with the city manager, Steve McHarris. Do you think we could talk about this a little bit in item number 9, right? All right. This has to do with parks and things, right?
Well, it does have to do with parks and the master plan. So in the broad sense, unless the city attorney has a different opinion, maybe in the broad sense, you might be able to, the focus discussion is on cost recovery.
Yeah.
Christopher Diaz, yeah.
No, thank you, Mayor. It's a general discussion about cost recovery. I think if there was a light discussion about it, I think it would be fine, but anything in excess of, I'd say, a few words would probably be out of bounds.
Yeah, I hear you. So you know what, even better, we'll do something better than that. I know that, look, Russell, that's Milpitas Unified School District, MUSD, we know that. And so this Friday, there's a meeting between the city and the school district. I believe it's at 3 or 4 p.m. I will be there. And so we'll bring it up. I think we may be receiving information too from the school district, because we have been talking. It's not like nothing's been happening for I think 2 months now, or maybe more, a little bit. Folks from the city and the school district have been talking. I know I talked to the school board president, and we definitely have our eye on this. And they've been exploring different locations throughout the school district campuses. I'm not going to pinpoint one right now, but the idea is they're supposed to present us with the location, and then the city would have the opportunity to really build a field of dreams, if I may. So, yeah. And so I'm good with that. And so, I mean, we could talk a little bit about it tonight and say, hey, can we bring it back at the next meeting? But there's already a meeting this Friday, and it doesn't get more efficient than that. So the school district and the city are coming together this Friday. We're having a meeting, and we will present an update, I think, to our community as to what we're going to explore. So, and so that's it with my announcements. I want to look to my colleagues if there's any virtual raised hands. We loved our announcements portion of the meeting here. So, okay, anybody? Okay, look to my colleagues. Announcements. Usually there's announcements and things. So, okay, we'll go to the city manager for any.
There are 2 hands, Mayor. The Vice Mayor hand.
Okay, I didn't see virtual raised hand. Sorry. Okay, who was first? That's why I don't know who's
I believe
first.
Vice Mayor was up first.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I have 2 things, if I may. One is for the future agenda item, it was the school district did come to the Community Advisory Commission asking for consideration and partnership for either a safety first virtual event or a national night out event. And as you know, CAC is where we have National Night Out. We had decided not to do that this year, but they'd like to have another look since they'll be looking at having students come back to school. And they wanted to partner with the city. So I'd like to have that put on a future agenda for a discussion. We had talked about doing virtual National Night Out and decided against that. But now if the school district wants to do that, maybe we should take another look at that. So I'd like that for consideration. And then I'll just continue with the second item. I am also looking forward to discussion on item number 9. I think there are some things we can discuss with regard to softball on item number 9 with regard to the master plan for parks, because I think it needs to be discussed there, even though, and I'm thankful that it's going to be discussed on Friday. but I think it has to do with more than just softball. It really is looking at gender equity across our parks. So with that, I'm just looking right now for either a virtual national night out or a safety first with partnership with the school district on a future agenda item.
Yeah, that sounds great. When would you like that, Vice Mayor Nunes?
At the next meeting, if we could, they'd like to do something just before in January.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and support that.
Okay.
I think everybody, I think I see consensus, no objections. So yeah, that's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I'm looking here. I don't see. I know you do virtual raised hands, but I don't see any. I will look. Okay, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for bringing up National Night Out. I'm really excited about that. I definitely wanted to ask for the council's consideration. I definitely trust full-heartedly that our leadership is doing everything that they can to find fields for our softball girls. But if it's one thing that I have learned in a previous item is that it's just better to put everything in writing to ensure that the communication does not get lost in between council members who can't be at that meeting, or that the Brown Act doesn't allow us to say anything at the meeting. And so at this time, I would like the consideration for us to write a letter of support. I believe that those conversations are already moving, but I do believe that letters are powerful, and I don't doubt one bit that MUSD is doing everything that they can, but I do believe that we do owe it to our community so they know that we're doing everything that we can on our end. And so I would like the council to please consider a letter of support from the city of Milpitas to MUSD in order to solidify this partnership and move this project forward, which I know is already happening, but I think it's just a good idea, something we have learned to just make sure to put it in writing to ensure that we do not fall into another situation like the one we have experienced. And so at this time, I would like to ask for a roll call vote in order for that to move into your consideration and hopefully approval. Thank you for your time.
Then just to clarify, Councilmember Dominguez, it would be a request to agendize a discussion to essentially draft a letter, either directing staff or council could actually work on the letter in an open meeting, but we would schedule that for a future meeting. So that is the request.
Yes, yes. And again, I have no doubt that there is going to be something that will come out of the meeting on Friday, but I definitely want to be proactive just in case something does not happen. We could just move that conversation forward and whatever needs to happen. And maybe we could go more into depth because I would like to know more about these conversations. I'll be very honest, I haven't been able to get meetings, the minutes. So I just want to make sure that as one council member, I'm being a little proactive to make sure that I have the information needed in order to best help our community members when they're reaching out to me about the softball fields. And so I definitely want to add to that conversation, but I know that we can't add it without having a conversation on the agenda. But I definitely want to be proactive in that approach. And I trust wholeheartedly that the mayor will have a response for us, but I definitely just want to be proactive as well.
I want to be careful with writing letters and sending them. It's certainly a statement. I value the partnership we have with the school district, and so I'm not sure if sending a letter to them is going to be a positive approach.
Mayor, just to interject, I don't want the council to get into a discussion about it. It would be for the future item, but definitely opinions, and I think yes or no's in terms of wanting that future discussion.
Was there a second?
So this isn't a formal motion, Mayor. My understanding is you guys just throw out ideas and then do an assessment as to yes or no.
Well, I want to see if there's going to be a vote because.
And Mayor, I hear your concerns, and so maybe because I also am very careful about letters. I definitely have learned a lot about letters lately, and I definitely do not want to jeopardize any relationship that we have and make it look negative. So maybe, thank you for your thoughts on that. Maybe if we could just move forward, Chris, and bring an item to a future agenda where we discuss the allocation of, or the softball fields needs for the girls softball team. And then that way, at that point, we could talk about what has transpired between conversations. We could talk about where we're at. We could maybe bring information that's going to update all 5 of us. And then maybe at that time, we could move into a next step if that's something that we even have to do. Because I agree, Mayor, I think you're absolutely right. I do want to be very cautious about letters because that does fracture relationships. And so that's definitely not the way we're having a conversation. But I do feel we have to have an open conversation based on the community outreach that I have received and the public comments. We have had a couple members in our community come up to us with this request. And I do believe it needs some time at this point because they are in need of our assistance. So we need to come up with some short-term and long-term solutions for this issue. Chris, does that make a little bit more sense? Is that something that we could go ahead and reword?
And just to clarify for the council, it sounds like the request is to agendize a discussion about the softball program, getting more information from staff, and then potentially directing staff on next steps.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll do a friendly amendment to that one. We do have the city school district subcommittee. And so if we can include that subcommittee staff liaison and the committee members. Is that okay, Councilmember Dominguez?
Could you please just clarify, what do you mean add them?
Well, there's already a subcommittee for the city and the school district. And so we've been meeting periodically. And we also have a staff member from the city that represents our city government as well. And so we would like to include all the work that's being done into this, because this is the work that we're working on. So we wouldn't want to start over. We already have a body of work. Will you accept that friendly amendment?
A point of clarification. When you are asking me to accept the work, is that saying, again, it's just for clarification. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your friendly amendment. Does that mean to you that you want that work that has been done in this body to come before the 5 of us so we could explore it? Or does that mean taking this action and putting it in the subcommittee so the subcommittee could continue to work on it?
Well, we're going to bring the work from the subcommittee to your motion here so that it will be agendized. This is receiving the work.
Okay, perfect. So as long as it's an open conversation at the city council and it doesn't go back to the subcommittee, I'm okay with your friendly amendment. So is that something
Thank you so much.
So is that what you mean?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Yes?
Yes, thank you.
So wait, hold on before I move the motion. So it's to bring the work for a conversation to the city council to agendize it for a future council meeting.
Well, your initial motion is to agendize a conversation about the softball fields.
At a city council meeting, yes.
That's right. And so my friendly amendment is to bring the work relating to the softball fields, the Roger E. fields, to that city council agenda item so that that information can be received by the whole council. Information by the subcommittee of the 2 members and also from our city liaison.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mayor. I totally understand now the friendly amendment, and absolutely that is something that I would definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Chris, if we could do the roll call.
Happy to, Mayor. Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Aye.
Councilmember Montano?
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
Aye.
and Mayor Tran.
Myself is an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very well, very well. We love softball. During this future agenda items, actually, I do have one more I want to, I think election night is approaching, and it's been really a tradition here in Milpitas where I think going back 66 years where we had everything on consent, and we did not really cover or have an actual meeting because it's election night and there's so much going on in Milpitas and really our whole country. And so I just want to check in with the city council as well as our city manager. I'd like for us to have nothing but consent items for November 3rd. And that way we can all be with our families during this time. And it's always 3 out of the 5 elected officials that are kind of going through election night. And so I do want to make it very kind of formalized that we won't be discussing items on election night. And I know in the past we even moved meetings to different days. Steve, let me check with our city manager. What's the plan for election night? I mean, just a question.
Sure. The plan, if you look at item 18, the attachment has what we're forecasting for the next agenda. I would say that at least one item will be removed from that. They're all consent items at this time.
Okay. And great. I would really want to ask for nothing but consent items so that we can be with our families. And that's kind of been a tradition. And so I know the vice mayor had asked for an item to be heard at the next meeting, but I don't know, Vice Mayor, do you have any?
No, I agree. I'd like to, I don't mind moving it to the second meeting in November.
Yeah. Okay, great. Great. I just want to do what's best for all our families. It is a really lifetime type of experience. So I just want to get that out there. I'm happy about that. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I want to go to my colleagues now. I think I seen a hand. If you'd like to speak, please let me know. Okay, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just wanted to do a point of clarification on your previous request. I would like to ask for a friendly amendment, if that's possible.
Yes.
Thank you. And so I definitely agree with your sentiments, and thank you so much for your leadership on that. I do believe that November 3rd is going to be a special day for many reasons, and I also echo everything that you have said. My kind amendment would it be possible for us just to move that council meeting into maybe the second week in November, even if we had it back-to-back? I just feel that even if items are on consent, it just takes a lot of time to get to consent sometimes. And I really want to be respectful of those who are running for office on this council as well. That day is as many of us have experienced, it's a day full of excitement, emotions, and I just want to make sure we have the full attention of our council for even consent items. And so I would kindly ask if we could maybe just move the meeting to maybe the second week or that second Tuesday in the month, if that's something that you would kindly consider.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, actually. Let me check with the city manager. How's our scheduling like? Is that possible?
I'd like to, Mayor, if I may, I'd like to ask our assistant city manager, because several items are kind of under her area. If
there might be time sensitive, maybe too.
Any time sensitive
Yeah.
for city business.
Yes, thank you, Steve. I believe since they were all consent items, we could move the meeting to November 10th, I think would be the date.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm fine with moving it entirely. If that's, if it's not time sensitive items. So what am I hearing? I'm not sure. So we're going with the second Tuesday?
Yes, that's what
Okay,
it-
great. So yeah, let's go with that then. Do we even need a vote for that, or can we just?
No, Mayor, I think staff has direction and we'll proceed accordingly.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, even better. Yeah, I'm thankful for that. Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank you.
let's see, we're still here. Anybody would like any requests? We are here. Yes, Councilmember Fan.
I'd like to defer my own item, the responsible construction ordinance. I want to make sure we have more time to clean up the language and produce a good product here. And I feel like it can be improved. So I was just hoping we can push that back to a future agenda item. I'm sorry, a future council meeting.
Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah.
Just to clarify
Thank
for the
you.
mayor and council, when we get to approval of agenda, that would be the correct place to note that it's going to be pushed off to a future meeting. I would ask that the mayor and maybe our city clerk, she probably does not know now since we're taking live comments, but when we get to that item on the agenda, staff will not present, council will not discuss, but if there's anybody who wants to speak, I'd ask that you take their comment at that time tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. And also item number 10, I have a number of concerns that I think would take up a lengthy discussion, and I'd like to work with staff on that one. And that's it for me.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. Item number 10, I'm not sure what your concerns are, but if it's, I think if I'm looking at staff, because I want to look around the dais as well, is that it can be moved, item number 10 can be moved to a different or heard.
Yes, we're gonna ask our deputy city manager, Walter.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, Walter, can we move 10 to the future meeting?
Good evening. We definitely can. We'll be happy to
Okay,
engage
great.
with
Yeah.
Councilmember Fan.
Great. I just want to check her all around. Sounds good to me. Okay, because we have a lot of business tonight. Okay, let's see here. Any of my colleagues, anybody else?
One more.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I promise this is the last one, but I definitely wanted to, first and foremost, I have learned so much about our newest renaming of our golf course. And so, Mayor, you did an amazing job representing the city of Milpitas last Friday, it feels like. So thank you so much for your attendance. And so one of the items that I wanted to learn more, and I honestly am looking for your guidance as well as others on this, is there's been a couple of email requests that I have received from our community in our economic development space in regards to naming formally the hills of Milpitas Hills. We do believe that there is an advantage of an economic standpoint, especially for the vision that is going to be coming in that direction. And as we are facing the deepest recession of our, at least my time here in Milpitas. So with that, I would like to ask the council to please kindly consider a future agenda item where we could have the information of how we could rename officially Milpitas Hills, and maybe even get more information on how, on all of the neighborhoods in Milpitas of how they are officially named. That would be very useful for me. I know that I've been here for over 20 years and sometimes they call different places different things, but I definitely want to have a deeper conversation about renaming Milpitas Hills and formally acknowledging and maybe even doing a sign that says Milpitas Hills or Estates. So at this time, I would like to ask the consideration of this council in order to place that in a future agenda item.
Oh, wow, what a great idea. I believe the hills are county property, so I'm not sure if we have the jurisdiction to name them.
I think, well, yes, and that is why I want to have a conversation. I could feel Chris looking at me like, stop talking. So So that's why I want to have that kindly, Mayor, on the agenda, just so we could get all of that information. And there's other things that I would like to share, but I know that it's beyond the word count that I could use in this forum. So I kindly ask for your support on that.
Well, it's not our property, so we have no jurisdiction.
There's other things, and so I can't talk about that because I could sense Chris looking at me. It's not on the agenda, so I would just like to kindly put it on the agenda so we could have that conversation. And so at this time, I would like to ask for a roll
I'm going to be a no on this because it doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
Mayor, would you like me to do the roll?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan?
Aye.
Councilmember Montano?
It is the county's jurisdiction, so I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez?
Can I ask you a question, Chris?
Sure, I may not have the answer.
Is it county jurisdiction? But mostly mine because AirPoint's there, and I always thought that was on city property.
There's a line, and I don't know where it is, but we'd have to figure that out. It may not be city property, it may be our sphere of influence under LAFCO terminology.
There's a lot of people watching right now. There's a lot of people watching.
Yeah, so I'd like to have that answers before I vote on it, because I don't want to take up time for something we don't have jurisdiction over. But I would like to know if there's any property up there we do have jurisdiction over. So I'd like that answer first.
Vice Mayor, could I kindly then make a friendly amendment so we could just have the conversation on an agenda? Hearing you speak, would you feel comfortable then moving this item into the economic subcommittee so we could figure all that out there and then maximize our time here on the council with that conversation so we could at least address the concern that has came up to me?
So is that the one with Alex?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, because I don't know that we have, no one's ever asked me for anything on that subcommittee. So I think you folks can have that conversation. Sure.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So, and then once I vet it out, if there is enough information, trust me, I will not waste your time. I will bring it up to here if I see that there is enough info for us to have that conversation, but at least it's somewhere moving.
Sure.
And so I would like to make a friendly amendment to my request, if that's okay, Chris?
It will not come back to the full council. It will go to the
economic
subcommittee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan? I see a hand raise.
Can I just add something real quick, though? I think it's also really important that we don't confuse people, though, because my fear is that they might misperceive this as somehow a direction that there's going to be change to the hills physically. You know what I mean?
Stop renaming things.
Yeah. So that's just something that I would want to discuss in terms of outreach. Make sure just people are informed.
Absolutely. So we will make sure that we incorporate all of that into the conversation at the economic development. And so thank you so much, everybody. I honestly did not know where this should go, but this gives me full confidence that we will vet this concern that has came up to my attention. And it's not about changing absolutely nothing in the hills. It's more of an economic standpoint in terms of what is even possible in our city, just like other cities are doing it. And so I definitely thank you for that clarification, because absolutely there will has nothing to do other than just renaming things like Sunny Hills neighborhood and all these other neighborhoods in our community. So I think that there's folks that are wanting to find out more. And so it is my responsibility to find out more. And so at this time, let's move it to the subcommittee, Economic Development Subcommittee. and then let's vet it and make sure that this is something that works for our community. And then we can invite our community to express their concerns into that group.
And so I'll go through the roll again just to see.
Can you restate the motion? Is it restate the vote? Is this to rename the hills?
At this time,
Chris?
no.
To have a discussion, I think, at the Economic Development Subcommittee to see if it's worth bringing forward, I think, to the full council.
Mm-hmm. Yes, to acknowledge the neighborhood that is in the Milpitas Hills.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Can I just? I'm trying to make this as productive as possible, so I think where it might we can work with it in a broader scale, because there are already things that are in the works and on our radar as we think about branding, because that's something that we have already prioritized, and this might be an opportunity for that to be incorporated in a general context as we think about the long range planning and look and vibrancy of the city. And it's not limited to just a discussion on one name change or another.
Absolutely. I love your thinking, Councilmember Fan, because that's exactly what it is. It's more around branding and maximizing the brand of Milpitas and our beautiful hills and what we have to offer, and recognizing that there is a community up in our hills that also feel like no one really recognizes them as a neighborhood, because we have other neighborhoods like the Manor, Sunny Hills, but we really don't know what do we reference our neighborhood and those that live in the hills. And so it's more along that, Mayor, versus what I believe you may perceived. Has nothing to do with what, it's more an economic standpoint of branding and how we could really differentiate ourselves, especially with the new added additions that are happening in our city.
Just wanted to give a council a gentle reminder not to get into a discussion, and just to note that we've been on announcements.
Go to the vote. Let's go to the vote.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fan.
The motion again?
To discuss at a future Economic Development Subcommittee the potential opportunity about the Milpitas Hills and potential renaming and other things. Quite broad discussion to determine if it's worthwhile bringing forward to the full council.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
So just to reiterate, I will vote aye, but just to let you know, the area, the hillsides are called Summit Point, even though the golf course was named after Summit Point. So just to let you know, if we want to change that, it's going to be going to the subcommittee.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Montano, for that history.
Okay.
And Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
So I'm going to vote aye. I just want you to know, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Economic Development Commission.
Thank you.
I don't think it's a subcommittee.
Thank you.
Yes.
So the full commission.
Welcome. Yeah.
And Mayor Tran.
Yeah, I'm gonna go no economic development in our hills. No, thank you.
So we have 4. I think you'll see this at the Economic Development Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, still here during announcements, future agenda items, any requests? We can keep voting on things, yeah. Okay, great. We're gonna move on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the mayor and council.
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, because I'm not seeing any virtual raise hands tonight, so I can't look in every box on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But if folks want to put up their virtual raised hand, I can recognize you, but I do want to recognize our city manager for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have 2 brief announcements. One regarding the November 3rd general election information. We're going to have a community meeting. It's scheduled for Thursday, October 22nd at 7 p.m. It's a Zoom meeting to engage the community and answer questions related to the local ballot Measure F. For more information, you can visit our city's website. And related to COVID-19 pop-up testing, I like to also inform the communities we have these ongoing testings in our city. The next county pop-up testing will be at the Milpitas Sports Center on Friday, October 30th. Appointments will be open for scheduling 7 days before the testing date. And again, information is also available on our city's website. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Back to you, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, not a problem, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions.
I'd ask the mayor and council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on the agenda tonight. And we'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
It's neither a contract or a development application, but out of a abundance of caution, I will disclose that I have received a contribution from the Santa Clara and San Benito County Building Trades Council.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
I have also received a contribution from the Trade Council.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now I want to take a moment here to do a couple presentations here. Let me change it up here a little bit, folks. As we move throughout the evening here, I got a couple of proclamations. First, I would like to proclaim from this month, October 12th. We didn't have a meeting that day, but I want to proclaim October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day. And I know we've recognized our Indigenous community here in many years past. So I had the honor on Indigenous Peoples Day here in Milpitas to march with the local tribe, as well as take place in the rally. And also I brought my dog Zelda, who also enjoyed the whole experience. And I know I've seen others there in the community as well. And we're going to get to that in a moment, but here's the proclamation. On October the 12th, 2020, our state celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day. The day marks a celebration of the indigenous peoples who call California home and who have survived and thrived in the face of unimaginable challenges to shape California's past, present, and future. This year, as the nation reflects on our collective history, we honor the truth-telling of indigenous peoples who have long advocated for us to embrace a fuller vision of our past. Milpitas is home to a diverse population that includes indigenous people from many parts of the country. In addition to the many indigenous peoples who have lived here since time immemorial, others crossed borders and oceans to get to California, and some made their home here as a result of federal policies that forced the mass relocation of Native Americans westward. We must acknowledge our past to advance equity for California Native peoples today in the spirit of reconciliation and re-examination. I encourage all Milpitians today to take the time and this month, as we did on Indigenous Peoples Day, to celebrate the indigenous peoples, and especially here the Ohlone tribe, rather than the forces that tried and failed to eradicate them. Let us reflect on how their resistance and persistence has shaped California and Milpitas for the better. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, do hereby proclaim October the 12th of this month, which was excellent here in Milpitas, as an Indigenous Peoples Day. I do want to recognize my colleagues, if I may, that attended. I seen a number of my colleagues in attendance, and so kudos. And the second proclamation, which is for October the 24th of this month, which will be proclaimed here in Milpitas United Nations Day. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations founding, and it has been the beacon of light for multilateralism, international peace and security, human rights and diplomacy among nation states. The United Nations declared this year to be UN 75 2020 and beyond, shaping our future together. The active participation of global civil society, governments, and world leaders is an essential component for the continued success and strength of the United Nations and the collective fulfillment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. The United Nations Association Silicon Valley chapter is committed to engaging its membership and broader community about the principles and work of the United Nations, and to encourage active participation in UN 75 activities. Shout out to this chapter, which promotes and supports the principles and work of the United Nations to address the most pressing global issues facing humanity, especially right now with the fight to slow down the pandemic and eradicate systemic racism. And so on behalf of the City Council, I do hereby proclaim October 24th as United Nations Day in Milpitas. And thank you for everybody recognizing the proclamations that we have. So back to our agenda. Let me just switch my screen. We're going to move here next to the City Council Code of Conduct. If I see a hand here. Vice Mayor, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, during the march, you at least walking with me for a short period of time was Tanya Rosales. And she was just informed me that she was going to be given the Leadership and Community Empowerment Award by Ash Cholera. And it's for all of her work in keeping Native American dance alive. She started her own, when they couldn't get together anymore, started her own virtual dance. And she started with 0. And she's up now to over 30,000 participants internationally. And so she will be getting that award here in the next 2 weeks. She is a graduate of Milpitas High School and a Milpitas resident. I just thought that somebody that started something from her heart and your allegiance to Milpitas High School, I just thought you should know that. She is really an example.
That is incredible. Wow, thank you for sharing that. I'd like to get her a key to the city, and so
we will do that.
Okay, so that's the direction here. I know we have city manager's office listening, so if we can get her a key to the city from the council, I would love for that. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Wow, 30,000. That's incredible. It really is. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. That's the light we like to shine on those that deserve. Absolutely. Okay, back to the city attorney, if we can go over the code of conduct, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais, and just a reminder that includes the Zoom that we're on, so council meetings in general. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right, moving on to approval of agenda. I'd like to make some moves for the agenda here. I definitely want to hear the public hearing, but following the public hearing, I want to move a couple items up. Let's see. You know what? Disregard. I'll accept the order. Actually, no. If I can move, sorry, just item number 9. I want to hear item number 9, and I know we may have some community members that may be here for the parks kind of conversation. So if we can move item number 9 right after the public hearing, and then everything else is good. I appreciate that. I don't see any objections. So just one item, item number 9, right after the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilor Montano, second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor?
Before there's a vote, I noted from the prior discussion, there was a request from Councilmember Fan to move 10 and 11 to a future meeting, and we would just be looking for direction as to what future meeting that would be.
Oh, yes. You know what, let's just move it to the meeting, the second Tuesday of next month, yes. The next regular scheduled meeting, yeah. Or if I can call it regularly scheduled meeting. So yeah, that'll be the nearest time. And we can always adjust from there. And while we do that, maybe can we take a moment here to just see if there's any public comments for those items? That way we can get that out the way.
We can.
Yeah, we're just gonna, if there's anybody that wants to speak on item number 10 or 11, please raise your virtual raised hand. And we want to hear from you. If you're here for those items, I know there's other ones you may want to speak about, but if you're here for item number 10 or 11, we just want to make sure that if you're going to show up here tonight, we're going to hear you as we do. And we love Milpitas, yes. So, okay, I don't see anybody. So, okay, great. So duly noted. We're going to move item number 9 right after the public hearing, and 10 and 11 move to the future next meeting in November. So, second Tuesday. So we've got a motion by Councilor Montano, second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor, virtual call, Councilor Fenn.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilor Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Thank you very much, City Council. Okay, fantastic. Moving on next here to a consent calendar. Are there any requests?
I'd like to move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez, second by Councilor Montano. All in favor, virtual call, Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Pardon me, how's out of order? Councilor Fan.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilor Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The motion is carried. That is the consent calendar. Moving on here to the public hearing. We got a lot of business, folks. About just over an hour behind the ideal schedule. So let's continue to move forward here. Public hearing number 6. Conduct a public hearing and adopt resolutions authorizing the sale and issuance of tax-exempt lease revenue bonds. And I'd like to welcome our Deputy City Manager, Walter.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Could I have the presentation, please? So what I'm here for you today is conduct a public hearing, which you announced, and authorize the issuance of lease revenue bonds. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a bit about the background, what we're here for, talk about the overview of these general fund lease revenue bonds, make sure we're in compliance with applicable, city policies, discussed by our legal bond counsel, city council responsibilities and the bond documents, and then our financial advisor, Jim Fabian, is going to talk about bond market overview, timeline, and recommendation. Next slide, please. So the financing team is quite comprehensive, like we did this last year. Jones Hall with James Varsiniak and David Farmer, our bond counsel, Jim Fabian and Drew Reardon of Municipal Advisors, and with bond underwriter by Stifel Nicholas and Company, the trustees, the U.S. Bank, and the rating agency Standard & Poor's, and obviously city staff. Next slide, please. So what are we trying to fund with this authorization of sale of lease revenue bonds? First of all, Council is the fire station number 2 replacement. Council approved the project in June 2019 for $19.2 million, and we assumed at the time $30 million of debt financing. One favorable change with COVID and the recession is that our bidding environment is doing quite well. So we can now recommend to reduce the debt financing by about $3.4 million from $13 to $9.6 million based on the bids which we received. This will translate in an ongoing annual debt service savings of approximately $250,000 in the general fund for the next 20 years. On October 6th, the council approved energy savings projects with ENGIE, which was the company, and especially what he approved were LED lighting upgrades and energy resiliency improvements. But this approval was pending the sale of bonds and the appropriation of funds. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the lease revenue bonds. We hope to get proceeds of about, we need to get proceeds of about $21.9 million to fund the construction of the fire station number 2 and the energy efficiency projects I talked about. You see a blank here for S&P rating. We don't have it yet. We'll have it tomorrow, supposedly at 8 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as S&P releases information, we'll let you know what the rating is. I'm hoping for a very good rating, but we also have to understand we are in a recessionary environment, which sometimes may cause a negative outlook. The bonds will be paid from lease payments made to the city, to the financing authority. And we will, the initial lease property will be the senior center. And once the fire station number 2 project site is completed, we'll switch it out automatically, and the senior center will be released as a collateral for the lease revenue bonds. Next slide, please. So what does it look like? We're going, as I mentioned, we'll raise $21.9 million in bonds. This will be a city contribution for the fire station construction project, which helps us to get to total sources of about $28 million. And I'm looking at the table to your very right. And then the uses will be the fire station, as I talked about, in the energy improvements. It will be a fixed rate. It will be tax exempt. It will be 20-year repayment. That's what the council asked us to do when we got the initial direction. We'll first structure the bonds with level debt service in alignment with the energy saving guarantees from ENGIE. I heard about this last week or 2 weeks ago. And then we'll have an average annual debt service thereafter of about $1.4 million. The energy savings will be paid through project debt service will be paid through electricity savings. So we actually only, you'll see it later in the table, we will only have to pay for the actual debt service for the fire station. And the average true interest cost is about 2.57%. This is very good interest rates, and Jim Freeman will talk more about the municipal bond market in a few slides. Next slide, please. So here's the fiscal impact. I think that's important to look at. The average annual savings in the general fund forecast will about $500,000, which is very good because this will reduce our structural deficit as it stands today by that amount. For fire station number 2, we assumed initially when we did when we built the forecast about $884,000 in debt service. Due to the lower bid amount, we can reduce that, and also favorable interest rate environment to about $634,000 on the average, which saves us about $250,000. The energy savings, as I mentioned, this first 5 or 6 years, due to the alignment with the guarantee from ENGIE, it would be at minimum savings of $308,000. Thereafter, we average it up to about $443,000. So overall, this is net savings to the city over 20 years, about $13 million, which we're going to have in comparison to the forecast. We still have to pay money, obviously, but this is just a forecast comparison to help you understand that it's actually beneficial as it stands today for the city's fiscal outlook. Next slide, please. We are in compliance with city policies. We are in compliance with the debt policy and the disclosure policy. The debt policy acknowledges that long-term debt is appropriate for financing long-lived capital improvements, such as a building. We are obtaining a very conservative financing method, which is fixed rate, while obtaining the lowest practical borrowing cost. And we definitely will do this when we go into the open markets for selling those bonds in the second week of November. Next slide, please. The disclosure policy and procedures ensures that we need to have a preliminary official statement, which is in your packet. I'm serving as a disclosure coordinator, and I've worked with city staff, public works, engineering, fire, municipal advisor, and disclosure council to make sure that we're compliant with applicable rules and regulations. And it requires continued disclosure of material facts until the debt is paid off. So we have a contractor who helps us with this, a consultant who makes sure we disclose all the material facts, and mostly what it is annually is releasing the comprehensive annual financial report to a disclosure platform called EMMA. Next slide, please. I'm now turning it over to James Orsiniak from Bond Council.
Thank you very much, members of the mayor and members of council. Can you hear me all right this evening?
Yes.
Excellent. Nice to be with you again this evening. James Wierzeniak at Jones Hall, serving as bond counsel and disclosure counsel to the city. So slide 10 here, just to reiterate for the debt policy and the disclosure policies of the city, we are coming to you tonight as the city council, both of the city and the governing body of the authority, to approve this financing. Part of the package is the preliminary official statement. That's the document we use to market the bonds to investors. So we do ask you have any questions, or if there's any material in the preliminary official statement that doesn't look correct to you, you let us know, let Walter and the team know, so we can correct those and make those changes before we post to investors. And as indicated here, what we're looking for is to make sure we disclose all material information, and that's the information that reasonable investors would be looking for when they're investing in these Milpitas bonds. Next slide, please. And in addition to the preliminary official statement, which we just discussed, there are several other documents in the agenda package tonight. There's a city council resolution approving the financing and the various lease documents that go with that, as well as the financing authority resolution doing the same. The indenture of trust is the main document pursuant to which the bonds are actually issued between the authority and the trustee, who serves as the intermediary between the authority and bondholders, directing the payments. There's a site lease as well as a lease. As Walter already indicated, under the site lease, the leased property, the senior center, the fire station are leased over to the authority, and then the authority leases them back under the lease agreement in exchange for semi-annual debt lease payments, which pays the debt service on the bonds. The assignment agreement is a simple agreement pursuant to which the lease agreement payments are paid over to the trustee. The preliminary official statement we discussed describes the bonds, the city. The continuing disclosure certificate will be the document pursuant to which the city provides its financial statements, certain other information about the city to bondholders going forward. So in the future, they know the financial condition of the city. And finally, the bond purchase agreement, pursuant to which the bonds are sold by the financing authority to the underwriter, Stiefel, who then ultimately resells them on to ultimate investors, mutual funds, mom and pop investors, that sort of thing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim Fabian at Fieldman Rollout.
Thanks, James. Yes, hi, this is Jim Fabian at Fieldman Rollout.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, Jim, if you can work on your, maybe you can turn your video off. That way your signal strength can go all to your audio, because your audio is just, it's inaudible. And I think your video is frozen as well. So maybe go with just the singular route of audio.
Can you switch the slides, please? So if Jim can't get on, I'll be happy to take this over.
Yeah,
So what do you see? Oh, there he is.
Walter, am I better?
Oh, you're much better. Great.
Okay, I apologize for that. So on this slide, what we wanted to show was historic municipal market data on bond yields for the 10-year and the 30-year. We're over on the far right-hand side of the slide. As you can see there, rates are at or near historic lows. We did have the movement of the market due to the COVID-19 pandemic in March, but since then rates have trended down nicely, and we're in a very low interest rate environment, which is very favorable for the city to borrow funds. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 30-year yield curve, and the red line shows where rates are now. The upper end of the chart shows where the high of the interest rates have been, and you can see by this slide that 98 to 99% of the time rates have been higher than where they are now. So this is a very good time for the city to lock in a 20-year borrowing rate. And as Walter mentioned, we're estimating based on current market conditions of interest rate about 2.57% for 20-year money. Next slide, please. So the benefit today is to lock in that low interest rate. This will allow the bond debt service payment to be fixed over the 20-year repayment time frame. It does allow you to have the lowest possible debt service payments, as Walter indicated, with the saving due to the great bid on the fire station. We are estimating a true interest costs of 2.57%. Our debt service will be approximately $1.4 million over the 20-year time frame.
Next slide, please. So here's how we got here today. I mentioned that the council, through approval of the budget in June 2019, asked us to move forward with the replacement of fire station number 2. Bids were received on September 10th, and you approved the energy projects contract on October 6th. The rating was supposed to, I forgot to update, the rating was supposed to come in on today, actually October 20th, but unfortunately S&P didn't release the report until tomorrow morning. I apologize for the typo here. Next slide, please. So what's happening tonight is reviewing the bond documents and approved issuance of bonds. That's the request we have of you to move forward with the financing. We will post a preliminary official statement on October 21st, which is tomorrow. Then we'll price the bonds October 27th, close the sale by November 10th, and we'll come back to you on November 17th with 2 action items. One is the award of contract for the fire station number 2 replacement, and the second one is the energy project appropriation actions, which are necessary in order to make the contract effective, which you approved on October 20th. Oh, October 6th, apologize. Next slide, please. So with this, we're asking that you open up the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the public hearing, and adopt the various resolutions authorizing city manager, assistant city manager, and the deputy manager to execute the sale and issuance of the bonds.
I'll move to open the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
Got a second by Councilor Montano. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilor Fan.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilor Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now open. Let me get my attendees here. First up, we have Voltaire Montemayor with the public comment. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, this is Voltaire Montemayor, retired geologist. I was with the section chief of the Bureau of Mines and Geosciences, Minerals Resources Division. Section chief, we were purchasing a vessel, survey vessel for the ocean. In other words, project should be not delayed. In other words, we should lock it in. Otherwise, we will miss the train. We cannot miss the train. In other words, we go for it. The bulleted agenda is convincing. The financing team members are good. The project rating is good. In other words, it is the energy saving also that helps. It's not only for the fire station. The fire station is already started that I know. I was walking there, if I'm right. So in other words, there's foundation already. There are excavation. I have many more to say, but I'll stop for 13 seconds to go. Yeah, we go for it. In other words, I understand about economy a little bit. So I'll go forward. Let's approve it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much, City Council, and as well as Mayor Ristran. I just want to comment that a very well presentation provided by the Deputy City Manager, Walter Ross. So about the forecast and as well as the borrowing the money, it is a commonplace that, to borrow the money and as well as, and provide the establishment and the infrastructure to the city. However, city should consider and keep the future scope for having investment in the bond and as well as, as well as getting the rates locked, because there are many more projects to come up. Certainly, at this particular point, having a 20-year investment with the locking rate of that certainly seems possible. But I also suggest to consider the future scope of option be available as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, the public hearing continues. If anybody out there would like to speak from the public, public comment is now. We're talking here this evening. Okay, I'm looking. I want to make sure if folks got a public comment for this item. Please make yourself available with the virtual raised hand. Okay, going once. I'm looking at the attendees list. Going once, going twice. I don't see any further requests. I move to close the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Montana. We have a virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing has been closed. I will bring it back up here to the virtual dais. Even during a challenging time as we are in 2020, it's still important for me to recognize where there's value and to see the historically low interest rates for this item is one thing that I find satisfaction in because that means there's cost savings. Just looking at the graph in the presentation, this could have cost our city a lot more money, but here we are today with historically low rates, and even on the local level here in the neighborhoods of Milpitas, I know many homeowners are appreciating historically low rates for their mortgages. I've seen a lot of refinance activity, and so when making a kind of a financial decision here for this item, that's one thing I do want to recognize the cost savings with the interest rate. I definitely think also where the money is going, there's value. There's tremendous value there for that project, public safety, and even for the community. The residents in that greater neighborhood really do appreciate the city work that's being done over there. But just looking at the kind of the debt obligations as well, I do think when thinking about our budget and also with the financial forecast, that is the number that that works as we move forward through this pandemic, which we look to overcome sooner than later. So with those things considered, I'll be supporting this item, but I do want to hear a well-rounded conversation here. So Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, no, I agree, especially on the cost savings. I think that's super important as we try to express our fiscal discipline In regards to any specific requirements that come out of this type of financing, are we subject to any timelines that are expected? In other words, do we need to execute these services or by a certain day?
So let me take a first stab at it, and would like Jim to chime in as well. The reason why we're coming to you today is timing. We're trying to get the bonds sold before the election because it creates uncertainty sometimes what happens after the election season. Secondly, we are running against the holidays, Thanksgiving and the Christmas or end of year holidays. And this also has an impact on the bond market. So we're trying to get this done as quickly as possible so that we can have a smooth marketplace right now. Anything else to add, Jim?
Walter, I think you hit everything. We do have an official statement that does describe the current state of the city's financial situation. So the disclosure that has been will be provided is current, accurate, and ready to be shared with the bond marketplace to allow investors to make a decision about whether to buy the city of Milpitas bonds in conjunction with the rating that we'll receive from S&P tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's, yeah. I'm sorry, you were saying?
Unfortunately, we didn't come to you in August, when the rates were really low. But we do see an upward trend, so that's another reason why we'd rather get going to the market as soon as possible.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I really needed to hear. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It does look really good to me. I just have one question. If you go back to the slide that showed you could release the senior center, and just walk me through that one section again.
Sure. Do you want to take this, James?
Sure, happy to. Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. Right, so the idea with the leased asset here, we have the site lease from the city to the financing authority, and then the lease agreement leases back the leased property from the financing authority to the city. At all times, the properties remain fee title with the city. They're just leased and leased back. And the idea is we want the value of the leased property to be roughly equivalent to the bond par amount that we're selling. So we're going to be selling around $20 million of bonds. We want to have a value of the leased property approximately equal to that number. And with the current state of the fire station number 2 property, essentially a demolished building, no building, just the land, there's not sufficient value there for the investors to have an appetite, to that be the sole leased asset. So we've added the senior center to sort of further securitize, sort of bolster the leased property. But of course, once the fire station is constructed, using bond proceeds, but also the city's contributing several $1 million to the construction cost from the CIP, there'll be sufficient value there with the fire station site alone, such that the bond investors will no longer also need to have the security of the senior center. And that can be released from the lease. Again, at all times, it remains city owned, but it's released from the lease and could be used for another financing down the road, for example.
Excellent. And I knew that. I just wanted to make sure we said it out loud. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. It's a good one.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Next, we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So the question that Vice Mayor had asked about the library, is that considered, can you compare it, is it comparable to collateral, using the library as collateral?
in a sense, the remedies, as I said, at no time did the properties ever leave the city's ownership. They're always fee titled with the city. But there are certain remedies in the lease documents such that if the city were to default on the lease payments, not make the lease payments to support the debt, theoretically, the trustee representing the bondholders could lease the property to another entity to get that lease payment. So there are certain remedies in the event of non-payment, again, to protect the bondholders.
That's good to know. It's this whole world of bonds and financing is very it's complex, but it makes me understand when 2008 hit and a lot of cities went bankrupt. So now I see, what are some of the ramifications of that. Also, what is the rate of return for investors on these bonds, on these municipal bonds?
Well, as was mentioned previously, we're looking at an all-in true interest cost of about 2.57%. So that is the rate of return. The bonds will be callable in year 10. Based upon where interest rates will be at that point in time, you could potentially refund them for savings. So the rate of return is about 2.6% for bond investors.
Okay. And these bonds are sold worldwide, right? Internationally?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Per the bond purchase agreement that is part of your packet tonight, the city will sell the bonds to Stifel Nicholas, who will then resell the bonds to investors all over United States or world. The reason a lot of the bonds are purchased by investors in California is for the tax advantages of both the state income tax and the federal income tax. These are tax exempt bonds, and there's tax advantage for people to buy them.
That's great. So I am glad that the interest rate is low. I see a lot of folks fixing their homes and taking advantage of those low interest rates. So I'm also concurring with the rest of the council of approving this. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. All right, we're still here at the virtual dais. If there's any other requests. Okay.
Is this an action item?
So yeah, I'll go ahead and move this item, item number 6 here, particularly the resolution and the recommendations all under B, yes.
And just to know for the council, it's the adoption of 2 resolutions, one acting as city council, and then the second acting as the Milpitas Municipal Financing Authority.
Oh, thank you so much, Chris. Thank you. So I made the motion. Councilor Montano had the second. All in favor, virtual call. Councilor Fan.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilor Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 6 under public hearing is approved. Thank you, everybody. Certainly an exciting time for our city, even during the world's challenges. Great. Moving on here. Item number 9, I had requested for 9 to be bumped up here. So let's receive a presentation on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update, fee assessment and development of cost recovery policy, and provide direction to staff project number 5111. And so we have here our Director of Engineering, Mr. Steve Erickson. Yes.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So item 9 is to receive a presentation on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update, fee assessment, and development of cost recovery policy. Next slide, please. So to give a little historic background, the city's Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the existing plan, was adopted back in 2008. The plan provided an analysis of park conditions and recommended improvements at each park. To better keep up with evolving trends, demographic patterns, and economic development within this, the city of Milpitas, staff recommends updating the plan at this time. And so the approved 2020-2025 capital improvement program includes project number 5115, which was to update the master plan. So to move the project forward, back in 2019, staff advertised a request for proposal to obtain a professional consultant to complete the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. 4 consultants responded to the proposal. Gates and Associate was one, WRT LLC, RHAA Landscape Architect and Planning was the third, and Verde Design was the 4th consultant. Staff reviewed the proposals and interviewed consultants to determine a best fit for the city based on the consultant's background and experience, and including the consulting team that'd be working with the city, the understanding of the city's master plan, and the extent of the update that was desired. Also, the experience in conducting community and stakeholder outreach, including innovation in messaging and communication. And then lastly, the successful completion of similar master plan projects for public agencies. After the proposal and interview process, the consultant team of Gates and Associates and Matrix Consulting Group were selected for the master plan update project, and council approved the contract with Gates and Associates back June 11th of 2019. I now wish to introduce Linda Gates with Gates and Associates and Alan Pennington of Matrix Consulting Group to continue the presentation. Linda will present the update on the parks portion of the master plan update, and Alan will follow with a presentation on fee and cost recovery.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what's the difference between the other consultant, Richie Donovan, and these consultants with this master plan?
Well, as I mentioned, there were only 4 consultants that responded to the proposal that was advertised to update the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
No, but the other one, Richie, the other consultant that came before us about 3 weeks ago.
They didn't submit a proposal for the plan. So for the
Oh.
Parks and Recreation Master Plan, we had 4 consultants that responded to the proposal. Gates and Associate, WRT, RHAA, and Verde Design. So based on those 4, staff would review the proposals and interview a consultant to determine the best fit.
Okay, so when I turned in my 2 cents to the consultant, to Ned, our city manager, and the other consultant, I should have sent it to one of these consultants, to the Gates consultant?
Councilmember Montano. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yes, so thank you, Councilmember Montano. Yes, you sent the questions, but we did share them with this consultant as well. That was
you did?
We have, yeah. We've shared your questions and your comments with Gates and Associates as well.
Okay.
And the consultant that you were referring to is the consultant for the general plan update.
Okay, so that's why I was a little bit confused, because that also included the master plans for the land use. Okay, thank you.
Okay, real quick, but actually before I turn it over to Linda and Alan, I'll just quickly summarize the scope of work that's included in the Gates contract. So they're to analyze the current conditions of city parks and recreation facilities, conduct community outreach to gather input from the Milpitas community to determine the experiences they wish to see in our parks and the types of recreation programs offered. The task is also to provide recommendations for improvement of existing parks, planned parks and recreation programs. They're to identify potential environmental impacts from implementation of the master plan update. Also to analyze the city's recreation fees and historic cost recovery data. And lastly, to recommend a fee and cost recovery target and policies. So that said, I turn it over to Linda and Alan to continue. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Can you hear me, everyone okay?
Welcome, yes.
All right, great, thank you. Thank you for moving us forward in the agenda. I really appreciate it, very, very much.
For you, Linda, all right.
Thank you. Well, I have to first say, Gates and Associates' mission is to get people outside, and we have so much loved working with your staff in kind of these interesting times where I think people have come to appreciate their park system and their recreation system so much more. and really even think reflectively, like in the future, as more people work from home, how these will become even more important in our daily life. So it's just been a really interesting time to be doing this sort of a landmark period as we new world, the new normal. So tonight we want to just review with you what we've been doing to date and answer any questions you might have about our efforts to date. We're kind of halfway through sort of thing, and just get your input. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. You know, and interrupt me as we go to answer questions, because often that really is the best way. So next slide. So thank you, Councilman Martino, for bringing it up. One of the great things about doing this right now is you are doing your general plan concurrently. So we're able to coordinate with the general plan consultant and sort of address some issues. And it's been really fabulous. And there are a couple things that obviously the general plan is setting up some guiding principles for park and recreation facilities. And there's a few of them I think have really guided us somewhat as we're moving forward. And the first is that we need to provide a park and recreation system for the needs of all the residents of Milpitas, you know, whether it's seniors or teenagers, people with disabilities, whether it's people who've lived in Milpitas for a really long time, or some of the new residents that are going to be moving into the higher density development. So we really want to take sort of a fresh look to make sure we meet the needs of all. And the second issue is, in order to meet your recreation needs, as you guys already know, you're going to have to be collaborative with the county and the school district, because that partnership is essential. And I'm so heartened that you're having discussions this Friday. I mean, it's too bad it's come to this, but it is, public resources have to be shared in order for everybody to maximize them. So those are a couple of guiding thoughts right now. Next slide. The other thing that is sort of influencing us right now is, whereas Milpitas has established some standards through the general plan of 5 acres per thousand that could be mitigated to 3 acres with proper sort of public-private associations, or 3.5 acres that could be mitigated to 2 acres. In fact, so we're looking at, you would pay in lieu fees, but you may only have 3 acres. This becomes really important, the idea that it's experience over acreage, that we're not just standard cookie cutter town that just says we want 5 acres. It's much more about the kind of amenities the Milpitas residents want, the kind of experiences they want to maximize the value of the park systems moving forward. And this is really important when you're in a community where you're getting pretty much built out. So we have to make everything really count. And so this is sort of the philosophy, and it's nice because we can also collaborate with the team developing the Metro specific plan on what's happening there, so that we have documents, the general plan and the park plan and the specific plans are well integrated. Next slide. So the other document that we're collaborating is your bikeway and pedestrian master plan, creating linkages. One of the really important things to your residents is to be able to access the parks conveniently. So very uniquely, Milpitas is having, at one point in time, getting all their major documents, collaborating and coordinating together, so they're even a more powerful tool. So that's been really great. I wanted to remind you that this is an update of the 2008 plan. We're not starting all over. We're taking the work that was done there and we're updating and reflecting on how things have changed and such like that. So that it is an update.
So can I ask you why that is? Because there was a whole different council at that time, and they had totally different priorities. So I was wondering why are you still sticking with the 2008 plan?
Why we're updating it? Yeah. There's a lot of data that was developed in that, because there are a lot of your parks that were built already there. So when I say an update, it doesn't mean we don't rethink things, but we don't go out, you see what I'm saying? So we're trying to maximize your dollar and take you further by building on some of the things they did. But certainly it's a different world than it was 10 years ago. It's a completely different world. So that is true. But we believe in sort of standing on the backs of others to make something even better, so I want to give credit to everybody who got me here today,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next slide. So this is one of the things you're talking about is in 2008 and now your population has grown. It's projected with a general plan to add another 20,000 people. You've held relatively stable. You are aging. You know, you have a little bit more aging population. It's interesting to me. It actually means people love Milpitas and they stay in Milpitas. Interesting kind of thing. You're obviously very diverse ethnically and is bringing a really, certainly with your events and some of the programs you offer, you see that cultural richness is amazing. But that's kind of what we look at. How does that evolution of demographics influence your park system and such? So those are kinds of things we look at. Next slide. So I just wanted to share with the 2008 master plan, what we do is something that gets implemented over 10 years. So things that come and are stated in the master plan, that doesn't mean they happen next year. It's a strategy and a plan to sort of direct resources and effort and funding to take it over time. And I want to acknowledge that based on the 2008 plan, the city invested over $26 million in improvements to their park system. Some major ones like to the Milpitas Sports Center and the new skate park and different parks and more minor ones to playground improvements. And often I talk to the community about this. 10 years ago, someone created a great plan that you're benefiting from, and now we're going to pay it forward. And we're going to create a great plan that will play out over the next 10 years. It's our investment in ourselves and our children and our community. Next slide. So when we start a project, it's sort of a three-pronged kind of attack. You know, we go out and we assess the existing conditions, the conditions that you have. What do people, but not only what's there now in the condition of it, but what opportunities exist there. Are there some uses that are underutilized, or there's some spaces that we could enrich that space with? So the existing condition is about the conditions as well as the opportunities. We also look at the distribution of uses throughout your city, because you have sort of like these 4 quadrants and want to make sure not all the basketball courts are in one quadrant and, you know, all the tennis courts in another. So we look at the parity between the quadrants. Next slide. So as I said, we look at sort of 3 things, just as we're starting to craft the tailored plan for Milpitas, because that's what it's all about. So we look at your existing conditions. We benchmark, we look at what other sort of peer communities that have similar populations and different kinds of things. And we look just to compare what others are doing, not because we think you should match them, but often because you just look and compare to other places. And you're going to see a lot of a presentation about comparisons of programs later on. But we look at facilities and acreage and such to get a sense of the uniqueness of Milpitas, rather than to match them is to create you more unique. Next slide. That's called benchmarking. And the next slide.
I like it, yes.
And then the third part, and the most important part, is we engage with the community to find out what they want. And, you know, what makes a person from Milpitas? What are they seeking? And we do this kind of in rounds. So round 1 is sort of high level. We're asking people about, what do you like about your current park system? What would you like to have in your current park system? So it's sort of high level. And we completed that in April, that sort of high level. Then in round 2, some of the issues came up in that. And so we do a deeper dive onto that. We have some focus groups. We have some specific questions we ask. We ask people about improvements to specific parks. So it's sort of like we go down the next level. And then when we do round 3, it will be because we have specific recommendations that people can respond to. So it's this kind of slowly, you know, leveling down process to really make sure we're not leaping anywhere, that we're being guided by what the public wants. So next slide. So I just wanted to share with you some of the outreach that, you know, what we found out. So the challenge, getting the word out during this time period, we've used successfully a multitude of platforms, social media, newsletters, HOAs, posting like at the library, the child development centers, and because we wanted to make sure we were finding people in different places in different parts of the community. We also use what I call like community enhancers, like the idea that, you know, when we connect with someone, we say, please share this with your friends and neighbors, or share this with your group or such, so that we kind of start growing out and not always just the same traditional group that responds all the time. So the big part of it is getting the word out, and with each round, we continue to emphasize getting the word out. Next slide. So in round number 1, we were fortunate to be able to have some in-person opportunities to meet with people. It was great that we had that kickoff. And so in round number 1, we held a couple of pop-up events. We were able to, and we did an online survey. We were able to do things in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese. More than 700 people were able to participate in it. And at that round, we were asking, as I said, the high level, what do you like about your current parks? What do you think you could add? So these are kind of, this is a really brief summary of all the data we got. But, you know, people love your playgrounds, your swimming, the paths, the fields. And then they want, you know, more updated playgrounds. I think you've heard this message before. Community events, indoor sports, exercise stations. It's interesting, their level of satisfaction and the things they want to add. It's you know, that obviously there's a high level of satisfaction with a lot that they're receiving. Next slide. So now we're in round 2, and I wanted to share with you, you guys can be community enhancers to me too, and encourage people to continue to participate in round 2. We have a survey that's still open, and in this survey, when you go in, there's some general questions that we're dialing down deeper that came up from round 1, but you're also able to go to a specific park that's near you or you visited or used and respond and provide specific input on that park, the one that you visit and what you'd like to see there and not. So there's an interactive online survey going on right now that you can participate. And if you haven't already, I would encourage you to do it. We also were able to hold some focus groups with different user groups. Like we had a teenage focus group. We had a focus group with new residents that have sort of moved into sort of the higher density areas around the BART station. We had a focus groups about some of your special needs members of the community. And we had a focus group about some of your sports group to kind of, because there's some specific issues. We've also been able to hold 2 virtual town halls. We held one on a Saturday morning and we held one in, I think it was a Wednesday evening. And we're able to have sort of interactive discussions with people. You know, people are getting pretty sophisticated about, as you guys know, being able to have discussions and such. Next slide. So just even though the survey is still open for round 2, I just wanted to share with you some of the things that we're hearing. So there are people, you know, so people are saying at different parks suggesting we add like a pump track or community garden or fenced dog park and such like that. So this is the kind of information we're able to gather when people are going in and talking about specific parks. So we're just, this isn't closed, it's still active, but these are just some things that people are mentioning are coming up. Next slide. We were also able to talk to people about sort of prioritization because playground improvements and updating playgrounds is a high priority. So, and we can't update them all at once. So what would be some of their criteria as the city, you know, allocates funding to different kinds of places? And, you know, obviously poor condition and safety was ranked high. A lot of concern about accessibility. I mean, I think this is a sensitivity to that community. And then recognize that some neighbors just have higher density of children than others. So, and then there was a lot of questions about events because the city does a lot of events that we haven't been able to do a lot of events lately. And what type of events were most important to them? And we'd ask like, you know, small and special interest events and stuff. And they love a lot of the citywide events. And they also felt that the events supporting the economic health of your businesses was important too. So if you had to prioritize what events come back first, that they would be in this range. And then a lot of things about programming in indoor sports. Once people wanted indoor sports, what specifically did you want? So these are just emerging things. I think they're interesting to see. Next slide. And as I said, we have programs that your staff is really, really working hard to understand well, and we'll get into that more programming later about what kind of online programs are working, what kind of programs people want to come back, when we should offer them, the convenience of times and such, really tailoring to the needs of your community. And, you know, I mean, I'm very impressed when I open up the catalog at the range of classes that are offered. It's very interesting. Next slide. And then as I said, there's a lot of questions related to online programs and some interest in even when we go back or go back is the wrong way. We go forward, that they'll probably even continue to do some online programs. It's, as I said, it's an interesting time, and this is a park and recreation master plan. Parks are not just parks, they're recreation and they're community services. Next slide. I'm not going to read this to you because if you can read. So I want to chat with you about these focus groups. So we, one of the focus groups was the organized sports group. So we had softball, baseball, soccer, some of the court groups that were organized and such like that. And we discussed with them their needs and some of the things that came out of that group. And I think you probably heard a lot of this, but it was good for me to know. Some groups have their needs being met better than others. I think, you know, and you guys have heard about softball and the sort of disruption that's happening. Cricket is emerging as a group that is growing and wanting uses and such, but common themes were all of them need parking, storage, and restrooms. Everybody understands that in the future, facilities need to be multi-use. They need to be shared. And we need to look at things like lighting and synthetic turf and such that allows us to increase the hours that they can be used. We're not growing a lot more land, so we're going to have to be good about sharing that. I was very impressed working with your sports groups, I have to say, because I've facilitated these groups before, how collaborative everybody was, how willing they were collaborating. There wasn't a lot of like me, mine, but really trying to find strategies. And clearly they want to have more comfort in sort of the joint use arrangements with school sites, because many of them utilize school facilities and would really prefer that if the city was programming those schools for cities and maintaining that confidence. This is, you know, they would feel better about that. Next slide. We wanted to reach out to teens because often this is a user group that stops using your parks. I mean, they use them as little kids, and unless they're going for organized parks, they're not going to the park. So we, you know, talked to them, why don't you go to parks? And often they would say, like, there's no uses geared to us. And so the idea of they would like to see some informal uses geared to them, you know, climbing walls, outdoor table tennis. They'd love like swings that weren't in the little kid area so they could swing on. They really respond to the look of parks. If they're aging and not that attractive, you know, they want them to look cooler and such like that. They want Wi-Fi. They like, you know, more interesting site furniture. But interestingly enough, they also really respond more to, they want it to feel more sustainable and more natural. They like it to bring nature in as opposed to this manicured lawn. They want social activities programmed to the park, whether it's food trucks coming in or astronomy nights, excuses to gather with their friends. I'm going to skip because one of the issues is their parents don't feel comfortable letting them go to the parks by themselves. And so how do we, and teens obviously want to socialize, and how do we make parks feel more comfortable to parents? And it's tricky in this time frame. They talked a lot about conflicts because they're very aware of not feeling that welcome in the park. So if the pathway is not wide enough and there's conflict between a bike and a person, or if a court, like a basketball court's already being used by a group, they don't feel like that there's a place for them to belong. They also mentioned that they use the parks primarily during the summer because during the school year, between school and homework, and it gets dark, they don't get to use it. So thinking about more shade structures, spray water, things that make them more usable to them in the summer when it's hot. So those are some of the things the teen groups were saying. Next slide. Our new residents, what was interesting is they really want the parks to be opportunities for them to meet their neighbors.
Uh-oh, you froze. Hello?
Uh-oh, it appears Linda froze.
It looks like she did. She was on such a roll too. I was loving the presentation.
It's okay. I'm going to pick up for her. I'm Melanie O'Sullivan. I'm the project manager. I'm sorry, I don't have a camera on this laptop. So
Nope.
you get to look at my picture. And maybe Linda will jump back on and take over. She's much better at this than I am. So to pick up where she left off. So with new residents, what we learned from them is they want these parks to be opportunities for neighborhood interaction. This is where they get out. They don't have, big backyards. So parks are really their social centers. Group exercise stations, planned activities, Zumba, yoga, movies, things that they can get outside and get to know their neighbors. They also mentioned the reduced competition for facilities. So if courts and fields can be scheduled, also additional amenities like paddleball. They too thought it would be cool to have swings that weren't in a play area and were more sized for adults. Table tennis, similar to the teens, Wi-Fi, really important. They love the idea of convenience, walkability, and then restrooms. A lot of these new residents are young families, so if you're going with kids, they have to have somewhere to go to the restroom. And then rental space, the idea of rental spaces, because some of these newer parks in these more dense neighborhoods will be smaller. There could be a possibility for permit parking if you were to rent a group picnic shelter for a certain amount of hours, or building access, just to make the usability and convenience of those parks better for them. Next slide. All right, and then we actually did this one last night, so this is fresh on my mind, social services and inclusion. So these are your special needs or interest groups or ages throughout the community. So this could be anywhere from seniors to at-risk teens to low income to very low income families, and to developmentally disabled or delayed adults and kids. One of the things that we thought was really cool was there was kind of this desire for intergenerational events and programs, whether partnering at-risk teens with seniors for, whether it's crafts or cooking or whatever it is. I thought that was a really interesting opportunity. Obviously inclusive playgrounds and parks, so that really ties into what we're hearing in the survey, with updated parks and accessibility. Staff training for special need participants. They recognize that the recreation programs offered by the city are great and diverse, but maybe there could be better training by the staff, the people who staff those programs, for special need participants, or more, discussion with parents on tolerance levels and what those classes are really like. Programs and activities for at-risk teens. There's discussion of reaching out to specific groups and at-risk teens to really, get from them what they would want to do in parks or in programs. Community city liaisons for hard to reach groups. Linda talked briefly about kind of community enhancers and the people who are, like your influencers in your community, who people go to and they know 10 people and they're going to tell these 10 people about these really cool events. And so if we could find a way to, create these liaisons in certain groups that are hard to reach, like maybe the lower income people who are working 20 hours a day, multiple jobs, who aren't always on the computer and they're, and checking their email, that we can get them more involved in city recreation programs and parks. Separate teen and senior centers, there's scheduling conflicts that we heard arise from that. And then also partner with local inclusion groups. Pragna was on the call with us yesterday, and they're a really cool established group already in your city, and they're really open to partnering with the city to further inclusion and those types of programs and make them more accessible to everyone.
So what is Pragna?
They are a group in the city of Milpitas that already offer special needs programs, and they have staff that could train other staff and make that an easier process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, next slide. So then we hosted 2 virtual town halls. Like Linda said, one was on a Saturday in the morning and one was on a Wednesday in the evening. Common thread is a growth in interest in cricket. We're seeing that a ton. We're seeing that not in just your community, but other communities around the Bay Area. Inclusive playgrounds and amenities and parks was another high priority. As you saw with some of the data that's trending in our survey, classes on weekends and weeknights, new program ideas, teens, programs for teens, developmentally delayed individuals, dog training. We heard that because of COVID, a lot of families have gotten pets and dogs. So it would be nice if the city offered some dog training programs, cycling, cooking, equine therapy, outdoor movies in the park. Some of these I think you guys are already doing, and I think people are looking, to really start to do this again as we emerge from, post-COVID. And then, as Linda mentioned earlier, connectability to other parks and trails. That's a really big thing that people want to be able to walk or bike or run, and on a trail or a pathway that then connects to either their neighborhood or a park or another park. Next slide. So, what we do next is we create this thing called a prioritization matrix. And we look at all, and we're looking at parity across parks. So how do we decide or start to work through what parks get improved when and how? And so it's really this kind of, complex matrix. I didn't put it on here because it's a lot to read and it's wild. But in general, we want to create parity so that we are selecting and prioritizing parks for improvements in an equitable manner. And so we look at several factors when we do that. The user group served, who's going to use this park, what neighborhood is it in? Is it a higher density, a lower density? Are they on the outskirts of town? Are they in the southern part of town, the northern part of town? The capacity for the
Excuse
park.
me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't know if the mayor could see my hand or not, but I didn't see the part at the very beginning.
Yeah, folks could jump in. I think Linda said in the beginning that if you wanted to say something, just jump in. So
yeah, thank you, Mayor. One of the things that was said, Linda said at the beginning, was we should look to make sure we had partnerships with the county and the school district. And so I didn't see yet.
The general plan states that, yes.
No, okay. Well, but I was looking for in all these focus groups where you actually sat down with the county, where you sat down with the school district. Hopefully you sat down with the BTA, who also is a large landowner in the city, to have those kind of discussions also and seeing the types of things they wanted to do in providing open space and parks and the activities within those kinds of open spaces and or parks. So is that someplace else or further along, or?
Yes,
so
that
before
would be, we have not done that yet.
Oh, you've not done that yet?
No,
okay.
not with those specific groups.
So when do you expect to do that?
That would be in the coming months.
Okay, and so is softball, only because we've talked about it enough, is softball going to be mentioned at some point in your presentation that you met with them and here's where you sort of see it fit?
So we're not that far yet either, but they were a part of our focus group, and we've heard everything that they've said, and we are, actively looking at where that could fit into the park system and how that could fit. I mean, I think Linda nailed it. We recognize the need that there needs to be some stronger partnerships and more discussion with the school district, as we're not growing parkland here. So we have to, form these bonds of joint use to serve all of our residents.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I had one more comment. Yeah. So on the previous slides where you had a focus group, and that's where people came in and gave their input. And my understanding, the softball teams, they did go and put their input, but I didn't see them on there. So is there a reason why they were omitted?
Oh no, they were there.
Or not on there?
Did some high level stuff. I mean, they were a part of it, and we heard their.
I know, but I didn't see it on that slide. I didn't see softball anywhere on that slide, the previous slides. Is that
that was an error of omission. Then they were absolutely involved.
Yeah. So I'd like to make sure that you put them on there, because I don't want them to be overlooked.
Absolutely.
Thank
I totally
you.
agree. Yes. Okay, so so where did I stop at? So user group served capacity of the parks. If it's a smaller park, less than an acre or two, what really can, what amenities can it offer? If it's a larger community park, it has maybe more capacity for something like parking and a restroom and a spray park. So we look at those type of things. Access, is it in a tight, dense neighborhood? Is it in a larger neighborhood with, that's accessible by walking or by car or by bike? Opportunity, is the park in need of updates, or has it recently been updated? The cost, cost is always a driver. Is this, something that can be done relatively quickly and effectively and efficiently, or is this kind of a more high dollar improvement? And then community priority. So is it in an underserved neighborhood where they don't have access to a park within a quarter mile, or those type of things? So these are the criteria in which we will start to rank the park sites and the improvements. And what we're asking for input of you guys, the council, is do any of these criteria jump out as incorrect, or is there another factor you recommend adding to the matrix that we should take a harder look at when prioritizing improvements? And if there's not, that's fine. That's great.
Well, no. So, so this is Bob. This is the vice mayor, if I may. I would really like to see a lot more of the report than just what I've seen.
Okay.
To be able to answer those kind of questions. What I'm not seeing is the type of utilization at each one of the parks. I think it was Councilmember Montano who said, why are we going back to, is it a 10-year-old or an 8-year-old master plan?
Mm-hmm.
What did you find out from some of these plans? Did we already meet, or have we exceeded what was supposed to be at some of these parks? I know that we have some new ones that probably weren't included in that master plan.
Right.
And so I think the question that you just asked, for me at least, is premature without having a lot more information.
Okay.
I'd like to know how many persons actually responded to the focus groups. When I started asking persons to respond to the online survey, most persons told me, "What are you talking about? What is that?" And I thought I was, at the tail end. So I was asking persons to participate based on an assumption I had that it was widely known that this was going to allow them to sort of join in about midstream. And it sounded more to me as if some of them, yes, that was true, but some of them just didn't feel that they knew enough. Or when they looked at it, said, I'm not sure this is for the park or this is really for me. So they needed more information. So I don't know if maybe I needed to give them more information. So I just would like to see a lot more than what I'm seeing tonight.
Okay.
To be able to answer your questions. And I'd like to know why at some parks I see have a lot of usage. Others are more sedate. What is causing us to look at how we are putting some of the dollars into the parks? Now I should look at this other master plan. Maybe we're following that, and I didn't know it. But in any case, I just think that I need a lot more information than what I'm seeing tonight.
Okay.
To help you answer those questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and I wish Linda was also with us.
She's listening on the phone. I'm trying to see if she
Okay.
can get back on, but I don't
Right.
think she can answer.
We
So,
want both of you. That's what I'm saying. We
yeah,
want both of you.
me too.
But no, I know there's a small number of phases here of
Mhm.
the work that you're doing, and
Right.
to see a few of the slides hone in on the demands of the residents for each park respectively. I kind of look at the park names. I kind of understand the neighborhoods, and it's pretty interesting to see what the people want.
Mhm.
That stuff I value. And even as I look at it, this plan is so needed now. And even though we know that our capital improvement program is essentially frozen for non-essential projects or repairs and things, but our parks are definitely to the public out there. We're not looking to build anything in the parks, nothing new. Anything on this capital improvement program right now, I would dare say that we're not going to be proceeding this next year. Our CIP is going to pretty much get down to the bare needs, but this plan is still needed, and we've already approved it in the CIP, which is funny, but I'm excited. I'm excited for this tonight, and I know there's a lot more community feedback. There's more meetings. I think I look forward to those. And so, is this the last slide, Melanie, or is there?
No, there's some fun stuff that Alan is going to talk about. So
okay, let's keep it going.
But I do want to briefly comment on what you just said. We hear that a lot. Why are we looking at this? We're in COVID times, yada yada yada. And I think it's really important to look to the future, because people are going to come out of COVID and they're going to get back into parks and programs and day-to-day life. So we can't just put all of our life on hold, because it is essentially, right? But we want to plan for the future, and we want these parks in your city to really reflect Milpitas and the wants. So thank you for touching on that, and we really value this.
Yeah, so Melanie, if I may, I also think this is important. And I think it's one of the few places when I go out and see Dixon Landing Park, which is at the end of my street, that's where families get together now, because that's where they can get together. So I think this is a very valuable study.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious to have it done. I just want to make sure we have a lot of input and that we're looking at it in a way that's not just going to continue doing what we've been doing.
Right.
And so I'm really looking for numbers as to the number of persons that have actually participated. And I'll tell you that it started with the general plan that you said you're glad we're doing that. And I saw in that some really wonderful things based on where we wanted to be in 10, 15 years. And if Ned's listening, he did and brought in an exceptional group of persons that were futurists, I think. And I'm looking for that. That's the model. And the first time I've seen it. So it's not as if I really have all that much experience. It's sort of that where Milpitas Park should be in the next 10 or 15 years. And if we don't have the money this year, that doesn't mean we won't have it in 5 to 10 years. So that's all I'm trying to reflect.
And following up on your request for more numbers and data, we have outlines of all those focus groups and the outreach rounds that we've done. So with numbers and data, so we can kind of package that together and absolutely get you that for your review and information. All that information is available. It's just not on these slides.
Thank you.
You bet. All right.
Okay, let's keep it going, please.
I think we're just going to skip to Alan, because I think the next slide you'll want more data. So I'll just quickly talk about it though. So what we do also next, after we have round 1 and round 2 data, is we then look at service level standards. So there's the NRPA, National Recreation Park Association guidelines. that set kind of standards. We look at the comparable agencies. So this is for specific fields per, 1,000 or whatever X amount of residents. And then we look at your current levels of service and your future needs. And we start to figure out, what's the proposed guideline for your current population as well as for your projected. And so we were kind of looking for your input on this, but I think, as you were saying, Vice Mayor, you want some more data and numbers behind it. And I think that will, once we get you that data, you can make a much more informed, level of input. So.
Melanie, I'm back.
Oh, Linda's back.
Yeah, Leak found a way. I'm just here verbally, but I can see, I know what it says. And I too think, and that's one of the reasons I thought it was so great that we're collaborating the general plan and the metro plan, is we have an opportunity to create sort of guidelines and standards that aren't just sort of these basic things, but talk about at every park you have a certain number of active experiences and social experiences and contemplative experiences. So it's really, it's not just about numbers, but really, I mean, we're turning it all into numbers so you can weigh it, but something that can guarantee that it's, you talk about utilization, and some parks don't have enough of that range of experiences them to be utilized as heavily. So it's a very exciting time. And I think that, as I said, between the general plan and the metro group, we're sort of trying to collaborate on some kind of really innovative ways of guaranteeing that the residents of Milpitas in the future have kind of cutting edge thinking about how to activate their parks. So it's yes, I look forward to bringing you some of that stuff because I think you're going to be very proud.
All right, Alan, I think it's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide.
Did you want to cover the community input slides or go right to?
We can, I think we've talked about this a lot. Linda mentioned a lot. The project website is Milpitas Parks and Recreation Masterplan.org. And on there, you can find a link to the online survey, which is still open. So we want you to be our community enhancers, and it's still open. And anyone you can share this with and drive them to the survey, we appreciate it. Next slide.
Okay, great. So now we're going to talk specifically a little bit about cost recovery. You may remember earlier in the year when you were doing your budget, you had a discussion about fees. And that was some work that we had done as part of this broader effort to look at how your fees compared to others. And you may recall that generally your fees were in alignment with what other communities were charging, with a few opportunities for some modifications. Tonight, we're not asking you to make decisions about specific fees, but to think from a broader perspective in terms of how much revenue should the Recreation and Community Services Department generate to support its services. So in essence, how much should they recover of their costs versus how much should be general fund subsidized? When we look nationally, well, first, the scope of services. We were asked to develop a sample cost recovery policy for the department. And in doing so, we looked at best practices for cost recovery in other municipal organizations. Generally, we did a comparative assessment in the Bay Area, and you can see the communities listed there: Cupertino, Dublin, Fremont, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Redwood City, and San Jose. Next slide. So when we look at parks and recreation operations nationally, most do not achieve full cost recovery. That is typical. And so there is some level of subsidy from the general fund. But having an adopted cost recovery policy provides the guidance that you need as elected officials in setting fee schedules in the future, as well as a target for staff when they're developing program mixes and the types of services that they provide, to know how they should be fashioning and putting together, the basket and the full offerings of services. So it's really sort of a critical document. That level of cost recovery is unique for each community. It really needs to be based upon your financial means, your policy goals in serving your residents, and the types of programs that you're residents are asking for.
Oh no, is Alan frozen now?
Yeah.
I cannot cover that one.
You're the lucky one.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, your turn again. Your turn again.
No.
Just read the bullets.
Hopefully he comes back. Oh no. Linda, do you want to take a stab at this? Can you see it?
So I wanted to make a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. On the first bullet, most parks and recreation operations do not achieve full cost recovery. I recall that was the case when I was in the council previously, and that's right on. We don't. The Park and Rec department doesn't always get their full cost recovery. It's just one of those things that there's always going to be a deficit. So, just wanted to make that point.
Right. And that's true. And what you can do is some programs can have a higher cost recovery, and you can get to selectively underwrite the ones that you as a community want to underwrite. Do you know what I'm saying? So when we look at cost recovery, it's the average across. And there's certain, like some of the adult programs, you can strive for higher cost recovery, and maybe some of the ones for children or, targeted groups, you underwrite more.
Yeah, keep a balance. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So when you hear that, don't think it's with everyone. Some are more and some are less, to sort of steer it in the direction that you want to go in. Melanie, if you can reach out, I don't know why there was something about contamination from you. If you can reach out, maybe Alan can do the same thing and call in like I'm calling in.
Yeah,
I think that somebody's trying to hack something, because it came through like it just would not let me get back on. So with the cost recovery policy, it's providing guidance. We're not suggesting specific fees or anything at this point in time, but also Alan is trying to suggest what's a reasonable expectation of cost recovery. And as he said, your cost recovery policies should be geared towards your community's needs and values and such.
The priorities.
Right, your priorities, exactly. Sorry, I haven't given his presentation before, but I'm gonna just jump right in there and that. I appreciate that a lot. And one of the things that's often tricky when we're benchmarking, it's like direct and indirect costs. There are the direct costs associated with a program, how many pieces of paper you have to do if you have to hire a teacher for that. And they're the indirect costs, like the rental of the facilities that you already own, or the advertising for it and such, that may just be in staff time. And so that can be when many cities are saying they do a certain level of cost recovery, we have to dig down deeper to find out whether it's direct or indirect cost recovery. Like, is it all the costs or just a portion of the cost that you're going through? So I think it's the next slide is the comparative analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So we had some discussions with the city, and they had identified some communities that they wanted us to chat with further about what their policies were related to cost recovery and what percentage they were able to achieve with cost recovery. And as you can see, there's sort of a little bit all over the board.
Next slide, please. Sorry, we haven't switched.
So are we on policy and now we're on cost recovery targets?
No, now we're on policy adoption.
Policy adoption. Okay. So this is when this is when we started benchmarking. So we went out to these various cities.
This is Alan. I'm back.
Oh, yay.
Okay,
welcome back, Alan.
All right. Which one are you on?
Really
Sorry about that.
We're on comparative policy adoption.
Okay. So on the, I apologize. I don't know what happened on the comparative policy adoption. So in looking at the comparisons, what we found is a mix of jurisdictions that had a policy or did not have a policy. So the majority had a policy. either in place or in progress to be developed. A best practice is to have a policy, and that's what we're going to be recommending for you. You can move to the next slide. For cost recovery targets, when we look at these, you'll notice that your Bay Area comparables range everywhere from a low range of cost recovery up to a fairly high range of about 65 or 66%, with the typical range somewhere in the 40%. The difference here to keep in mind is those communities that have full cost recovery, direct and indirect costs, typically we're in the 40% ranges, such as Cupertino, San Jose. Fremont was around 66%. That's a little high in what we see with most communities, so they're doing something very well there. Those that only look at direct costs typically have a higher cost recovery target, somewhere in the 65 to 70% range. Right now, you have targets for some selected programs, about, for example, like 50% cost recovery for youth programs. And I just want to note that you'll see two communities, Mountain View and Palo Alto, that vary that cost recovery based upon the program type. So for some programs, they'll have a very low cost recovery, and other programs will try to hit 100% cost recovery. You can move to the next slide. This just clearly shows for you, of those comparable communities, which ones have full cost recovery and which only have direct. So for full cost recovery, you'll note that it's Cupertino, Fremont, San Jose, Milpitas. Your approach has typically been.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think you should turn it off, that Trump stuff.
If you look at other stuff that you guys use, you typically have a full cost recovery approach. But others, Palo Alto, Mountain View, have made a determination only to do that on direct costs. You can move to the next slide. I just wanted
Before
to
you
quickly.
do that, oh,
yes.
Excuse me. Just when you say full cost recovery in Cupertino, but in Dublin you say all direct and some indirect cost. Do you know what the distinction was? Why they didn't?
They were not clear on, but they were clear that they weren't including all indirect costs. Whereas Cupertino, San Jose were very clear that they were using a full cost recovery approach. But Dublin has sort of a modified one. They were kind of the outlier there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next slide then. I just wanted to quickly share with you the issue of subsidy programs. We did look, and almost every community has some sort of a subsidy program in place similar to yours, scholarship programs and subsidy programs to serve special needs residents, to subsidize certain types of programs, and in some cases to adjust for income inequalities to ensure full access to programs. So you are in alignment with others by having that type of program. Next slide. So we looked at some of your historical data to look at what your existing cost recovery was, and we've shown it for a 3-year period here under both methods: a total cost, which includes all your direct departmental costs, and indirect costs. Indirect, again, would be a cost allocation plan overhead, any charges from other departments, and direct costs are only departmental costs. So
hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, just can you go back to the last slide?
Sure.
For Mountain View, it says yes, program is called FAP. What is that?
It's I have to get you the detail. I think it's a financial assistance program, but it has a different terminology. But it is basically a subsidy scholarship program that they utilize to support Parks and Recreation. It's just their acronym. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. No, I was just confused because it said fee assistant program up in Dublin, and wasn't sure if that was something else. Please continue. Sorry about that.
Sure. Oh, not a problem. So when we looked at the 3-year historical data, what we found is on total costs, you ranged from cost recovery of around 33.4%, declining down to about 26%. Keeping in mind that fiscal year 1920 is obviously impacted for a portion of last year due to COVID. And your cost recovery on direct costs were 55, trending downward to about 43%. So on a 3-year average, to sort of equalize what would be a little bit more normal, you're somewhere around 30% on total cost recovery, and 49% on direct costs only. So when you look at that, you can use it to compare to those other comparable communities. Next slide. We have proposed that you look at 2 things in your cost recovery: a overall cost recovery target, as well as dividing your programs into 3 categories and having subcategory cost recovery. We've used 3 categories here: A, B, and C. Generally, category A are those programs that are principally personal benefit with few or limited public benefit. And category C are programs that are principally public benefit with more limited personal benefit. And B is a mixture of personal and public. And we've given you some examples of the types of programs that would fall into each of those categories. So for category A, it would be things like the adult competitive sports, tournaments, individual health and wellness courses, facility rentals. Category B would be special events that are limited capacity, swim lessons, youth fitness sports, workshops, educational enrichment. And then C, the principally public benefit ones include social service programs, senior programs, community-wide events, therapeutic adaptive programs and classes. So the purpose of grouping those types of programs is so that you have some guidelines for when you, at a future date, have to set fees to try to get cost recovery. And on the next slide, if you can move to that, it will show you the cost recovery targets that we're proposing for each of those. So in category A, over the long term, we're suggesting you try to achieve 100% cost recovery for those programs. Category B, 50%, and category C, 20%. Those are the long-term numbers. Recognizing where you currently are in terms of cost recovery, we think that's going to be at least a 3 to 4, maybe a 5-year time period to get to that. And so in the short term, we would suggest your policy have 80 to 100% for the category A. There's in the short term in B, 35 to 50% cost recovery, and category C, 10 to 20% cost recovery. So that you don't have to make dramatic changes in fees, but you can gradually adjust the programs, adjust your approaches to achieve that longer term cost recovery.
Alan?
Yes.
If I may, and this might be a question for Steve and Walter. Is Park and Rec, was it originally intended to be like an enterprise fund where they were always intended to be 100% cost recovery?
So I can't speak to the history, council member, vice mayor. But what I can speak to is the typical Parks and Rec departments have certain areas which are cost recovery, 100%, like Alan was talking about, such as rentals. And then there's always what cities have done, and Alan has presented. There are subsidy programs, like we have the Milpitas Assistance Program. Excuse me, I just had to walk from my desk quickly. Which basically provides assistance to certain populations which the council deems to receive such assistance.
And I'll just weigh in from a national perspective. You will see very few parks and recreation departments set up as enterprise funds because they typically, in most communities, the fees that they would have to charge to achieve that would reduce participation, and it would drive all programming towards high demand, high programs that could generate high fees. So you lose the programming that's very beneficial for community that's targeting special needs or low income or that promote social interaction and other community benefits. So that's why you typically don't see many. I do know a couple communities that achieve 100% cost recovery, but they are clearly the exception. It's typically on average somewhere between 40 to 60% is
Thank you very
much. A target. Yeah. Okay, great. So with that, if you move to the next slide, and since I can't see you because I got kicked off, it should be the one that's cost recovery policy recommendations. These are sort of our recommendations for what your policy should look like. It should be established based upon full cost recovery, so both departmental direct costs as well as all indirect costs. One of the challenges, and I think this was noted in the staff report, and I want to mention it, that you will find is that indirect costs for Parks and Recreation, your Parks and Recreation and Community Services Department is about 65% of direct costs. So very high indirect costs. So that is a challenge they have to face. We're suggesting an overall cost recovery target of 40% of total costs in the long term. Phase in that target over a 3 to 4 year period. Establish those 3 subcategory cost recovery targets as outlined. In the ranges for the short term, but with a long-term goal of getting to 100%, 50, and 20. What that will do is provide guidelines for staff in terms of mixing up the programs, trying new things, to achieve that. And then annually, as you're evaluating your fees as part of the budget cycle, you should look at how you've done in cost recovery for the prior year, take a look at the program mix, and see how you're doing it in terms of moving towards that cost recovery target. So it provides you some input as you're looking at future fees and how you're moving forward. But without a cost recovery target, it makes it harder for you to make decisions regarding what fees should be. And it makes it harder for staff to have the parameters that they need to look at their mix of programming. So those are the sort of the policy recommendations that we would give you to consider for, a future cost recovery policy. And I think that covers the presentation on the cost recovery.
Can you go back? This is Councilmember Montano. Can you go back 2 slides back? You have categories, category A, B, and C.
B and C.
So
the one with the description of them?
Yeah, no, this is the one I'm looking at. So that one you said 80 to 100% cost recovery. Category
Right.
B was
35 to 50.
35 to 50, and then category C was
10 to 20.
10 to 20. So what, okay, so then going back to the categories, the one that the description, okay. So these, how did you decide, let me see this, category C, programs with principally public benefit, more limited personal benefit. So that would be like, okay, so that would be like social service programs, classes. Is that because you don't get anything back? I mean, that people don't, is that, how did you come up with the 10 to 20%?
Okay. So the reason we have that group at the 10 to 20% is these are programs that are typically beneficial for a recreation department to provide. They're good for the community. They're good for meeting unmet needs within your community. But they're not ones that typically can be self-sufficient. They need some sort of a subsidy in order to be cost effective for people to participate. But if these programs weren't there, you would have a very limited mix of programs. And so that's usually why you have a lower cost recovery on these. So there's 2 things in here. Those that are principally public benefit, which would be special events, And then those that address special policy needs that the council's identified or through policies or procedures or guidance for the types of subcategories of residents that you want to ensure are served. So that's sort of how we looked at that. And then on the other end, category A are usually the high demand programs, those that you can charge a premium price for, those that are, just for the individual's benefit. So if I'm taking a health or wellness course, that's to my benefit. There really isn't a community benefit as much to that. And then like facility rentals. So all we're saying is not every program in each of those categories would achieve that rate, but as a mix, all the programs in those categories, you should get, 80 to 100 or 30 to 50 or 10 to 20%, depending upon the category.
So, so going back to the girls' softball, what category would that be? A, B, or C? Would it be A?
Youth fitness and sports is B.
B.
Adult competitive sports would be A under our proposal.
So it would be B. Okay.
Actually, if I can interject really fast, Alan, good evening, City Council, Mayor and Vice Mayor. This is Renee Lorenzen, Rec and Community Services Director. To answer Councilmember Montano's question, your youth sports organizations are under a separate policy that Council adopted several years ago. It's the youth sports organization and fee schedule. And so youth sports groups that service 51% of Milpitas youth in their programs are under a different fee schedule. And they pay $10 per player per season to use the fields in Milpitas. So that is a separate policy that you guys had adopted.
Oh, okay, so it's not part of this one here.
That's correct, Council.
Thank you, Renee.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome.
So one more question. Hello? Did it freeze?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the low income kids that go swimming, we have a separate. That's that under the youth sports, right? That's under that different a different finance.
Right. So like swim lessons are in category B, but you would still have under this, any subsidy program or scholarships that you have in place. You could continue those to address income issues without regard to what the program was. So you can still have that. This is just to say, absent that, here's how we would group and try to adjust or achieve cost recovery. If a portion of that program fee is paid from a subsidy or some other method, that just comes in as revenue, but it gives a reduced rate to that qualifying individual.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you, Alan, Melanie, and Linda. So next steps, the consultant's going to work on preparing the draft recommendation of park improvements and program fees, conduct additional community outreach to gain feedback and comment. Also would develop an action plan for the next 10 years to include strategies, probable costs, and analysis of potential funding sources for recreation programs, parks, and recreation facility improvements, including funding sources, and identify joint use and public-private partnership opportunities related to park and community facility improvement funding sources. And lastly, we'll look at preparing the administrative draft master plan document with short, medium, and long-term project recommendations. The draft master plan update, including recommended park improvements and program fees, is anticipated to be brought back to the City Council for consideration next spring in 2021. Next slide, please. So this concludes the presentation. The consultant and the recreation director are here to answer any questions. The recommendation tonight is to receive an interim update on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and provide direction on cost recovery policy for recreation and park fees.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much to the whole team that presented, Linda, Melanie, and Alan. A lot of really fun information, a lot of really cool research that y'all did, and I'm happy to see, and I'm even more excited knowing that this plan isn't even done yet. And I couldn't have asked for a better time or wished for a better time to have this than to have it now. Selfishly, so I can be a part of it, but also selfishly for this community who will really reap the planning efforts. And so I want to thank my colleagues for providing input and direction throughout. We're still doing it here, so I want to go to my colleagues here. If anybody, let me pause real quick. Let's get the public comments here. Let's get the public comments. All right, let me get the public comments out the way. Urvish Kumar Mehta, public comment. Here we go.
Thank you very much, City Council, and thank you very much, Mayor Richtran. I want to mention here that there are two separate groups. One is the consultant, that's working on the capital, the innovation improvement, and as well as this is a Gates and Linda architecture. They are working on the recreational park. There has to be a distinction, to be made, between two groups, work, as well as, as for the different city analysts. Second is the city analysis that's provided by the Linda Gates and architecture. All the city, they are considering the different programs as a part of a recreational based upon the different income levels and the residents residing within the city. So that consideration to be put into the consideration as well. Certainly, a third consideration that all cities, they have a different parks facility. So the fees consideration and cost recovery consideration is according to that as well. And I wanted to thank you, Linda and Gates Architecture, for providing the presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next up, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I'm in now in parks. I just see I just saw Renee. Thanks, Eric. Steve, Tony, all of you, the commission department, commissioner, PRCRC. Anyway, for me, it's not like the law of supply and demand. I think it's for the people. As long as we will not have these parks idle, then I'll be happy. People want to use the parks. In other words, I think just consider the affordability of the public, and I think the people of Milpitas will be happy. I know we need to maintain the parks, but the cost recovery is tough sometimes. I know we could recover it in 20 years, but I think it's hard. So in other words, please go with the public wish to use the park. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Montemayor. Always great to have a retired geologist in town. Next up, we have Tina Ortiz.
Good evening and thank you. I just wanted to comment on two things. One is that I know some of the new parks that probably aren't anticipated or yet have plans for were not included on that master planning. So I just want the city and the people who are planning for this to understand that we weren't able to include our ideas for those, but understand that for softball, because I'm speaking on behalf of softball, that if those parks are going to fit a program like that there, maybe they can consider those parks as well. And then secondly, the data on there said that people are very happy with the parks, and we got that comment a lot when we hosted tournaments and events and games. People were very impressed with our fields, and I just want the city to be aware of that. because it makes a difference on the program that we offer and how they look at our city through sports. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And please send us a follow-up email. I hate to ask for anything, but I'm asking kindly. Just send us a city council email on the city website, and we'll go ahead and connect all of us together so that we can ensure that softball is represented, as with everybody else. Yeah, that's our job to connect. So, all right, next up we have Allison McDonald.
Thank you. I just, with regard to cost recovery and park fees, wanted to remind the City Council that between 2009 and 2020, the cost of our Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association Halloween party, were we to have done it at Augustine Park again this year, including the park rental and the permit fees, our costs associated with using the park went up by a factor of 40 times what we paid $60 in 2009, and it was going to be over $2,000 this year. Some of that we may have been able to apply for a waiver, but it would not have covered all of that cost. If we would have been out of pocket several $100s, which would come out of our scholarship money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do recall that event, and I know that the council or myself, folks really tried to provide assistance. It's a challenging time in Milpitas. I think our population has grown exponentially, as so the costs have. There's many dynamics to it, but we're always looking to do the right thing, and so we'll continue to put that effort forward. So public comment, if there's any more virtual raised hands, I'm looking at the attendees column here. If there's no, okay, there we go. Jackie Romero.
Good evening. I was going to log off, but I wanted to stay on and have this quick conversation. I took part of the town hall on Saturday morning. There was 11 people, 2 of which were from the Milpitas Parent Coalition, and then I heard that there was 17 participants or residents on the call on Wednesday evening, which was 28 total residents participating in the town hall, which is the tail end of this conversation of community input. And so I'm really concerned about how the community engages. It's always hard to find out. I think the marketing of these outreach is not done effective more, or it's just community members don't have the time or make the time to be engaged. So I'm wondering if there's some more marketing that the city can do to help with engagement to get more citizens to participate. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have our Parks Recreation and Parks master planners. They're taking notes, and that's duly noted. And I think I see on a slide that just quite a number of outreach efforts various ways, and so there's always room to do more. And so we'll go with public comments here. Anybody else with public comment? Who's with us tonight? Raise your virtual hand. Okay, well, that's it with public comment. I want to bring the conversation back up to the virtual dais, and we'll take a look. If there's any of my colleagues that would like to provide some input, now would be the time. I'm looking for the virtual raised hand. First one up here, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. So I have maybe some questions still. If you could put the last slide up, please. Maybe the second to the last slide. I'm looking for the part that, let's see. Okay, so it says that you're going to come back in the spring of 2021, correct? I'm just reading the last, and I think it was you, Steve.
That's correct.
Okay. So what happens between now and the spring of 2021? We have the softball issue, the theater that we really haven't talked about that was supposed to be included in this process someplace. We have what I just heard about 2 new parks. Where does those 3 things fit in? Is no action going to be taken till the spring of 2021, or are there going to be some type of intermediate steps that will come back? Or just your thoughts on at least those 3 or more if you know of them.
Well, as the steps I mentioned above, on the park side, we're still compiling the data that's been generated from the review, and I'm going to let Linda or Melanie fill in and help me out here. But we're going to be still drafting that piece of the plan, in addition to continuing to refine what Alan talked about tonight on the fees and bring that back. But Eleni or Linda or Melanie, can you guys help me out on that a little bit?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you able to? Okay. All right. Don't know. I'm lost all my confidence in technology tonight. Anyway, so there multiple things are happening. Obviously, there's like current issues such as the softball thing that are being worked on, resolved. As that is getting resolved, policies start coming out of that, and through that collaboration that then we are sort of enfolding to the master plan as a process how we move forward. So, and you talked about the new parks and such. That's one of the things we're working with, like the Metro Center, as they're planning things to sort of create criteria that would fold into those new parks. So what's nice is that we've come up with some sort of working recommendations and things, and then we're being able to sort of see how they work out and then document that process moving forward. It's like clear that we need to have a working relationship with the Unified School District because we have a lot of things relying on. So what you will see coming back to will be all these things that are being worked on, and then sort of the policy that feels like it's the outgrowth of that is what will carry forward. Because basically what we're doing is creating something that goes forward for the next 10 years. So we're using sort of real-time data to create enduring policies.
Okay.
So you're not waiting to solve a problem till the spring. No, we're working on them now, and then we'll document the process we use to do that.
Okay. So thank you for that. So let me ask it in a different way then too. Okay. So let's take a look at community outreach. I heard from at least one person, if not a person, and at least one council member about what we can do to improve community outreach. We have, I forget how many commissions that meet on an ongoing basis that I think would be eager to be part of this process. And not only the Park and Rec, but also the arts, the Community Advisory Commission, any number of those commissions that would want to be part of this community outreach to help you gather input, along with organizations that utilize the facilities, and not just the sports groups, but other groups. And so I'm wondering, what can we do to utilize them? The Community Advisory Commission is one that annually has some type of open house where they've done it before for education, but I think this to me sounds like something they could do, and they have a pretty good outreach program. So that's one thing. I just think that we need to look at how to better get the community involved, number one. Number two, I think that softball is one that I think we need your input, your expertise in this engagement, or else come spring, we're going to be sitting here still looking at what to do next. This is just my opinion. I think if we're going to have 2 new parks, it would be really good to know what they are going to look like based on community input. And it sounds to me as if we're going to have that ability now. And I just think that you are the right persons at the right time, but getting another, waiting till the spring to get more feedback, I'd rather hear from you sooner with some concrete ideas that come from the community and from the commissions, mostly because they're supposed to be advisory to the council anyway. I think would be beneficial. So those are my thoughts. I think the more data, the better. And the more contact with those persons that these commissions meet every month. And we have a youth group that meets. So if you want to talk to those in their teens, they meet, seniors meet every other month. I mean, so all the groups you talked about, we meet in an organized fashion. So those are my thoughts. So thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, if I may, we did invite the commissions to attend the town hall, but we can certainly reach out to them again. And another option is we could maybe bring back another report, earlier than spring, maybe toward the end of January or sometime in February, if that helps out.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I think maybe going to their meetings would be better because they're used to going at their times and such. But thank you for that.
Understood.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, that's absolutely correct. It's a great advice. We did ask them to come to us, but if they're coming to us, then we'll go to them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Have you tried the Nextdoor app to do outreach?
Yes, we've posted on Nextdoor throughout the entire process.
Okay, and then also HOAs, because they have a database of all their.
Yeah, that's how we pulled the new residents. A lot of those for that focus group was through HOAs.
Okay, and then my last question is, we're talking about cost recovery. What are we trying to recover? The labor, the staff, what exactly are we trying to recover? I mean, in terms of, is it labor, the staff time, the cost that it takes to run the program through labor, so you can help me understand that.
Alan, you want to take
Alan?
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our proposal is to set a cost recovery target based upon your total cost of providing the service. So that would be direct departmental costs, labor, supplies, instructor fees, those type of things, as well as overhead costs. And overhead costs include charges from your cost allocation plan for services that other departments provide. So that would include city management overhead, legal overhead, as well as utilities and facility charges that are attributable to those programs.
Wow, now I understand why Allison McDonald was mentioning that the prices skyrocket from 40 times. Well, I think she said that it went the factor of 40 times. Now it's it used to be 2,000. I mean, no, it used to be, she said 200. Now it's 2,000 or something like that. So yeah, I'm maybe we need to look into that. Why?
Well, and keep in mind, we're only suggesting that you recover 40% of those costs from revenues. So that means 60% would still come from general fund expenditures.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We're not suggesting 100%. We're suggesting 40%. You're currently at 30%. So it's about a 10% swing in increase from that 30 to 40. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just concerned that, I mean, the whole point is to provide a safe and a leisure area for people to enjoy. It's part of people's well-being, to have fun. It's recreation, but at the same time, if we're going to be charging them so much that they can't even afford it, we're defeating the whole purpose. So I don't know, maybe sometime in the future we can find out, we can do some detailed, because that was a huge list that you just mentioned, of all these cost recovery, all these overhead costs, legal costs. That's mind-boggling. So yeah, it's and we want to make sure that our residents do use the amenities that we provide. I mean, after all, they pay for them through the property taxes or taxes or whatever. So we just got to make sure that it's affordable to them, and maybe sometime in the future we can look at that. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, those were actually event fees. I think, or event fees for the one speaker that spoke to a Halloween event.
Yeah.
I don't think it fell under the parks or the recreation fees. Separate fee.
I know, but still, even that, we gotta, I think maybe, because even the Air Union, I mean, they had to pay so much money. It's like that if they were discouraged. And St. John's Church for having their parade, they were charged $900 just to register. I don't know. It's just, I think we need to look into that in the future. Because
if we could explore maybe a program separate from this item.
Yeah.
If we could explore a program, we'll do it another day soon, very soon. But let's explore a program for our local community groups that would really be a vehicle for folks in these instances. Let's do that.
Fees and charges go with your annual budget, so we can look at it at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But definitely a concern we hear. Okay, great. Next up, we have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you so much for the comments, Councilmember Montano. I echo it, and I remember this was an issue that I brought up in the budget, and when we did the budget session and we established the permit fees in 2019, and then we brought it back up in beginning of this year. And so I do believe that needs to be a separate program. So I commend you, Mayor, for moving that forward. I think it's time. We can no longer sit on that, because as we move into the next steps of the recommendation park improvements, we really need to look at who is using our parks, right? And it's our community. And so we want to make it as easy as possible for them to use these parks. I will be submitting additional comments by an email. The time is now 11:21, and we do have some urgent items, I believe, that we need to move through. So I definitely want to thank our staff for this presentation and the staff that's with us today. I know you guys put a lot of work into it. I really appreciate the pop-up model that I saw for teens. I think that's really, really important to try to activate spaces that are small, with least amount of financial resources. And so I definitely echo everything that was on that slide. In terms of what we envision, I definitely, again, I could sit here and go through the list of 50 items that we put, but due to time, I'm just going to go ahead and send it over. It sounds like this is going to come back, and definitely making sure that we provide places for physical activity and continuum of connectiveness for those areas. I saw that that's in this plan, so thank you for doing that. I also wanted to echo the sentiments on trying to maximize the space and for us, our need for a softball field for the girls is definitely a high priority. And so we could somehow move that into these conversations. I would appreciate that, as well as, the pop-up models are amazing. I think something we're going to be seeing with COVID is people want to go outside, and how are we using these spaces to maximize the activities that we have to offer after, as they also, as all of us recuperate from being in home and use these spaces for our well-being. So I definitely love things like yoga in the park, things like that, I think are going to be great resources for our communities. So I'll definitely send that list out, but I thank you all for your time and for your in-depth presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. I just want to thank our guests, Linda, Melanie, and Alan for the presentation tonight. We love our Director of Engineering here, and it's great to always talk about the CIP, especially during these times, as we'll kind of have less to talk about for the short term, but we'll greatly value the items that we can talk about. And so I think that was a lot of direction for that CIP project item. For me, as long as we have the best plan in the land, then I think the residents will be pleased with that. Linda, did you want to say anything on the way out, or?
I thought there was some interesting ideas, and normally in non-COVID times, we like with our outreach to go out to people, like we would be intercepting at events and stuff. So it may be the idea of maybe intercepting them in some of their commissions. I mean, we're finding different ways, and I'm very happy with the people that participate in our focus groups because they provided such nice detailed insight. So I just want to thank your staff. They've been just really, really creative in thinking about ways that we could address these challenges. So thank you.
Awesome, great to hear. Thank you, and have a great evening, everybody.
All right.
Thank
you. Hope you get to bed before tomorrow.
And don't rub it in now.
Don't rub it in.
Bye, guys.
Stay safe.
Yeah. Okay, well, looking at the time, I think we got time for at least one more item. We have here item number 7, unless council would like to pick another item. I'm fine with the order, but we don't have till the sun comes up. I do want to make the next item one that is okay. I see a 7. Okay, 7 it is. All right, let's go with number 7, and we'll just take it as it is here. Receive staff report and consider adopting uncodified urgency ordinance number 307 of temporary limit fees charged by third-party food delivery service providers to help our local restaurants during this extreme emergency of COVID-19. Okay, great. And so we have here listed our Director of Economic Development, Alex Andrade. Are you there?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, definitely. And I do want to take a moment to recognize Councilmember Fan for his leadership on this one. Alex?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Of course, you know who I am, Alex Andrade, for the record, your Director of Economic Development. The Office of Economic Development has been operating without an economic development specialist for about 1 year and 3 months now, but I am super pleased to say that and introduce to you Nicole Inamine. She's our new economic development specialist who started last month. She has been working on several economic development initiatives during the, including the one that is going to be heard tonight. Tonight's item is really about helping our local restaurant community with transparency and awareness of significant food delivery fees. In May, our Small Business Assistance Subcommittee expressed interest in the potential of this action. And since then, we have heard from other council members that are interested in having this discussion tonight. Since the initial shelter-in-place order was enacted in mid-March, many businesses had to close because they just simply weren't deemed essential. Thankfully, restaurants were deemed essential, but they were only able to open for takeout and delivery, as you know, which presented challenges right from the beginning of COVID. While food delivery service providers have been around for many years, in the past 8 months, many restaurants have felt beholden to these third-party food delivery businesses. During our due diligence and speaking with our local restaurant community, we learned about high fees that restaurateurs are paying. Obviously, it makes it difficult for them to turn a profit and to stay viable. Oftentimes, we've heard that they're paying fees between 20 and 30%, and in some instances, beyond 35%. We at the Office of Economic Development have reprioritized our mission due to COVID-19, and we're very much focused on business resiliency and recovery. So tonight's consideration of capping food service delivery fees to help our local restaurant community is just another example of us doing that in partnership with you. So I'm just going to turn it over to Nicole now for a presentation on this item, and then I'll see you again in the question and answer session. So Nicole.
Hey, Nicole, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. It's very nice to meet you. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Nicole. I recently joined the economic development team, and I very much look forward to working with you all. So, next slide, please. Thank you. So COVID-19, as we all know, COVID has changed the dynamics for every one of our Milpitas businesses in some way or another in the last 8 months. During that time, Office of Economic Development has undertaken several efforts to help the business community, including partnering with the Chamber and the Kiwanis to contact over 225 restaurants at the beginning of shelter-in-place. Restaurants, as we know, are one of the hardest hit sectors by the pandemic, which is one of the reasons why we are considering this ordinance before you today. Next slide, please. So what are third-party food delivery services and how do they work? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you go back one slide? It's late.
No worries.
Okay, there's some important background context that I should go over. So March 16, Santa Clara County issued its first shelter-in-place order. For most restaurants for whom indoor dining was their primary source of revenue, they found themselves having to shift to a to-go business model basically overnight. June 5th, this summer, Santa Clara County allows outdoor dining, but this was immediately followed by some confusion due to differences between county and state guidelines. So it wasn't until July 7th that the state allowed Santa Clara County to reopen outdoor dining again. During this time, our planning department developed a temporary outdoor dining program for restaurants. Of the 250 or so restaurants in Milpitas, approximately 70 currently participate in the outdoor dining program. And just as of last week, October 13th, Santa Clara County moved into the orange tier under the state of California's blueprint for a safer economy. However, indoor dining specifically still remains under the red tier restriction, allowing up to 25% capacity or 100 patrons, whichever is fewer. The restrictions on indoor and outdoor dining options have placed financial strain on restaurants and have forced them to rely heavily on to-go orders. To survive in this rapidly changing context, many restaurants have adopted third-party food delivery services as a necessary means to generate revenue. And now what used to be just a portion of their business model has now become a significant part of their business operations to remain viable during the pandemic. Next slide now, please. Thank you. What are third-party services? So the most prominent ones you may have seen around restaurants around here, you may have seen stickers for DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats. You may also have seen signage for companies like Postmates, Caviar, Seamless, etc. So these companies provide a digital platform for consumers to conveniently order food to go. You can pick up the food after ordering through their app or request a delivery driver to bring it to your doorstep. For restaurants, these third-party companies provide the following services through their platforms. They coordinate the delivery of the food, provide marketing services, list the menu on their apps, maintain the technology behind the platform so that restaurants don't need to hire their own fleet of delivery drivers or build out their own website. To provide all of these services, third-party companies charge varying fee structures. Based on staff research, restaurants are regularly charged fees ranging from 20 to 30%, sometimes reporting even higher per online order. For many restaurants currently, using third-party providers is a necessary decision. However, when third-party providers charge high fees, that can reduce or eliminate entirely a restaurant's already thin margins. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, a good number of other Bay Area cities have proposed a similar temporary cap on fees to help restaurants stay viable during the pandemic. This list is in chronological order of when other cities have adopted similar ordinances, and this is not an exhaustive list. After Hayward, there are other jurisdictions in the Bay who have also followed suit, like Alameda County, Millbrae, and Walnut Creek. And under the column delivery fee cap, you may notice the word aggregate, and just a note about that, that just means that the 15% number was used as a cap applying to both delivery and non-delivery orders. In addition, the city of South San Francisco, the third from the bottom, they enacted a 10% fee cap specifically for non-delivery orders or pickup orders. Staff recommends adding this 10% fee cap provision to the ordinance as well, and I'll go through the specifics of the ordinance in the next slide. Our urgency ordinance heavily borrows from the language you see here from other Bay Area cities. Next slide, please. So our proposed temporary urgency ordinance, we first start with a 15% delivery fee cap and a 10% cap on non-delivery orders or pickup orders. So why 15 and 10%? Staff recommends 15% fee cap on delivery orders. That would be significantly less than the fees currently being charged to restaurants, and it remains consistent with the precedent set by nearby cities. A non-delivery or pickup order is when you place an order through a third-party app, then pick up the food from the restaurant yourself. These non-delivery orders don't warrant the same level of service as a delivery order. And at the same time, staff recognizes that third-party platforms must still cover the costs, operational and service costs. So 10% would be a reasonable middle ground for non-delivery orders without placing an undue burden on third-party companies. The next provision, staff also recommends specific language to prevent third-party service providers from shifting costs by reducing delivery drivers' compensation. So that includes all tips and gratuities must go in its entirety to the driver. This language is also included in other cities' ordinances as well. And disclosure, what that means is whenever a restaurant receives an online order through a third-party provider, this provision would require a fully itemized receipt listing out all the fees and charges. This would allow restaurants to clearly calculate that they have not been charged over the 15 or 10% fee caps. And if they have been overcharged, that leads me to the next provision of enforcement. If a third-party food delivery service provider overcharges a restaurant, then the responsibility is on the restaurant to work with the third-party service provider in a private transaction. Restaurants may provide written notice to the third-party provider of the violation, and if the alleged violation is not cured within 7 days, 7 business days, the proposed urgency ordinance gives the restaurant the right to pursue civil action. And the last provision here is that the ordinance proposed is temporary. If council approves the urgency ordinance tonight, it will be set to expire 90 days after the Milpitas City Council terminates the declared state of local emergency. Next slide, please. So, first, I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who helped inform our policymaking and recommendation. Specifically, we spoke with city representatives from the cities of South San Francisco, Santa Clara, and Fremont. Those conversations were very helpful in informing our recommendation. In addition, we did a lot of best practices research on how other cities implemented their fee cap ordinances, as you saw in the chart prior. We also did outreach to our local Milpitas restaurant community. Restaurants report third-party fees of 20 to 30%, often in that range, but also going higher to 35%, sometimes even more. They also reported a higher usage of these third-party platforms during COVID-19. I have one anecdote. A Chinese restaurant that I got in contact with, they reported that third-party orders now generate over 70% of their income as opposed to 40% before COVID. Some restaurant owners also expressed hesitation about resuming indoor dining for various reasons, whether they couldn't afford to bring back the wait staff or they still have health concerns about letting people in close quarters. And overall, restaurant owners, many of them reported an overall reduction in sales tickets. Lastly, we also reached out to third-party food delivery service providers. We reached out specifically to DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub, but only heard back from DoorDash, and we had a meeting with them last Friday. From that meeting, we learned on average, they charge anywhere from 25 to 27% or so in fees, the bulk of which goes to paying their delivery drivers. And they proposed several changes to consider adding to the ordinance. There's 3, and I'll go through each one of them. The first one is to exclude chain restaurants. The second is to have the ordinance expire when council lifts the state of local emergency or whenever indoor dining fully resumes at 100%, whichever is sooner. And the third and final suggestion is to allow restaurants to opt into additional services by paying extra for those services. And staff would just like to provide some additional information here so that the council is aware of what this last provision, this proposed change, could mean for restaurants. If restaurants can opt into paying for additional services such as increased marketing services, then this could potentially exclude them from the recommended fee caps and could subject them to the higher fees. Of course, staff wants the business community to be successful, but we also want to make sure that this urgency ordinance is in fact protecting restaurants. As you may probably know, there's already a lot of confusion and frustration in the business community due to COVID-19 in general. And this ordinance is designed to provide clarity and transparency. Staff research suggests that this additional language would give restaurants more options, which is definitely a positive thing. However, what staff is hearing from most restaurants is that it's the high third-party fees that make it difficult to retain enough profits, and this language could have the possibility of opening the door to reverting back to the 20 to 30, 35% fees. With that note, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So my last slide is the recommendation. To summarize, the proposed temporary urgency ordinance will cap deliveries at 15% and non-delivery orders by 10% with protections for delivery drivers, including retaining all of their tips and gratuities. It would end 90 days after council terminates the local state of emergency. It requires full disclosure of fees and charges. And also the urgency ordinance requires at least a 4/5 vote from the council tonight due to it being an urgency ordinance. So the recommendation reads as follows. 1, receive staff report on temporarily limiting fees charged by third-party food delivery service providers to help local restaurants during the COVID-19 emergency. And 2, following the city attorney reading the title, move to waive the reading of uncodified urgency ordinance number 307 and adopt uncodified urgency ordinance number 307 by a 4/5 vote to be effective October 20th, 2020. And with that, we are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for the presentation. I think you did very well. Definitely new information, a lot of new information for me, positive, great information. Let's go across the virtual dais here before we go to our city attorney to read the title. First up here, we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I have it on. So when I brought this up, it was when Councilmember Dominguez and I were on the small business subcommittee, and we're trying to find different ways of how we can help our small businesses. So that's when I asked our city attorney on this reducing the fees. I had heard that Fremont and some other cities were doing, oh, actually, no, San Francisco was doing it. So thank you, City Attorney Chris, for doing the research and bringing this back to staff. And I really am very impressed on Nicole, your research, and also Alex Andrade, our Economic Development Director, for coming up with a great plan. So I really do think that this will help our small businesses.
Councilmember Montano, thank you. Yes, you were one of the first council members who brought this up as a topic to research. And I just want to thank staff for doing all the work and all the research, I think, dealing with the providers and then looking at the caps, because one of the big things that was important that we make findings of is to ensure that the cap that we're setting is not so low that there's a loss of revenue, that the food providers essentially come after the city for that lost revenue. So thank you, staff, for doing all that research in terms of looking at those issues.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, and that's really for us to make it out of here as a community through the pandemic towards economic recovery. And, at the end of the day, I think that this policy is going to go a long way towards making it more equitable and giving our small business owners, our restaurants, a fair chance at surviving. They're obviously a instrumental part of our community, and I think it will send a very strong statement. I will say, I also give credit to Councilmember Raj Salwan in Fremont. Has been very helpful in providing me with some of the language of their ordinance and some of the challenges that they went through with the research. One of the things that I always look out for and am mindful of is potential unintended consequences. And at the end of the day, when we cap fees, I worry that that is going to have an impact somewhere else that's not necessarily the big corporations. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and actually the drivers end up taking some of the
impact.
Yes, I'm sorry, it's late. And so one of the things that I would ask is one of the costs associated with the service that's sometimes jumbled into the service fee is the payment processing fee. That is a cost that ends up being paid for by the third party service. And so I would like the current fee to not include and not pertain to credit card processing fees. That's actually done separately. And in addition to that, I'm trying to understand how an optional service that you opt in for, that's really a premium service in regards to marketing, in regards to data analytics, is harmful to business, because they understand that this is an extra cost that they're doing, and that's why I think an optional 10% cap on fees that are non-related to the direct cost of service, non-related to delivery, is a very reasonable stance to take. Again, this is an optional service. So those are the two main changes that I would ask to make this more smooth and tie up the loose ends. And lastly, for the ordinance to be in effect up to the end of the status of emergency, because that would be consistent with the point of an urgency ordinance. After that period, by that point in time, indoor dining should be at 100% capacity. If it's not there, there's no way that government officials could, in good conscience, call off a status of emergency. So, you know, and I think beyond that, then you really start to feel the negative impact of the regulation there. So, you know, it is a temporary ordinance. I don't want to push it beyond to the extreme than it needs to, because these companies, the third parties, they are providing a valuable service here. And if we disrupt the model too much, then, you know, that's where I think we're at risk of really hurting the small business community altogether on the economy. So those are my thoughts. And you know, just some minor tweaks, but at the end of the day, the bulk of the intended purpose of this ordinance is still there. I think it's going to be very clear that restaurants are going to, you know, see some kind of relief coming from this. They're going to see larger margins that are going to be able for, and that's going to help them make things pencil out. Because that's where it's at this point, trying to make things pencil out. It's not even about profitability. A lot of these businesses are just trying to pay rent and pay their workers. So those are my thoughts. And of course, thank you so much, staff, for all your work on this. Welcome, Nicole. Appreciate the presentation. Alex and Chris, you've worked diligently on this. Yeah, I really appreciate my colleagues' collaborative spirit on this item.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. First and foremost, I do want to thank Alex and your team. I know that you have put so much work into this. And what I want the public to understand is that there is a lot of work that happens in the subcommittees and committees that we are either liaison or we chair. And sometimes things just don't make it out of the committees because it's a tie vote 1-1. So it doesn't move into the recommendations to the council. And this is where I'm very thankful for colleagues such as Councilmember Anthony Fan, who really saw the importance of making sure that our restaurants, who are the backbone of our community, have something to rely on during these challenging times, and how important it is for government to step in at times. I'm also very mindful that based on the comments of some of our community members, that there is concerns of disrupting a system that actually has helped businesses through this extreme challenge. such as COVID-19. So I definitely echo the sentiments of Councilmember Fan and thank him for his leadership to getting this out in front of all 5 of us for a vote. Your work and your research is definitely seen in your comments. And what I really loved is that you reached out to other cities and did your own research. So I commend you on that because I think it's important for us to build those relationships with other council members in other cities, because I truly believe in why are we reinventing the wheel if the wheel is already there? The idea is there, but Milpitas is special. And so we need to make sure that we are moving a policy that's forward thinking and that it is going to save our small businesses. So Councilmember Fan, please know that I appreciate your work on this. I think that today you have your statement really echoes unity and really echoes moving the city forward and putting Milpitas first. So thank you for that. I will be supporting those kind amendments to the recommendations that have been brought to us by staff for the same reason that we need to be very mindful of how we are going to disrupt this. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the doors stay open for Milpitas businesses, many who live in our community and who are desperately seeking our assistance. And so thank you so much for bringing it back.
Okay, fantastic. I will go now to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
Thank you, Mayor, because I thought I had my hand up and I just noticed that it wasn't. So yes, I will be supporting this. I am thankful that we're going to be able to assist our restaurants. And Nicole, I am not surprised. I watched you during the last event that you were part of with the students, and I watched Alex. Yep, I watched Alex smile like he's doing now after he introduced you. Watch you do all of the work, and then at the end he came back on and smiled just like he's doing again. And so I have a feeling that that's going to happen a lot. So
thank you. I definitely did not do all of the work for that event, but thank you.
and he knew you would say that too. I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to help our businesses survive.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that the Economic Development Commission actually looked at this issue. Everything we can do to save even just one business to be here another month, another 2 months, it's important. And I think I remember, Alex, you saying that the businesses that tend to close the quickest are the restaurants, the local restaurants, and they don't come back. Somebody else comes in and takes their place, but those don't come back. And my hope is that this again helps them. I try to go out, 3 or 4 times a week to bring something back. Not necessarily because I like to go out, but mostly just to try to do my part. And some of them tell me just how difficult it is, and this is going to be helpful to them. Some of them are going to be able to use this to stay in business for another couple of months, and hopefully that'll get them over to the next step. The fact that Council Member Fan actually reached out to the other cities, but Nicole, the fact that I listened to you, that you reached out to the restaurants, and you've not been with us that long. So I think that shows that you're going to be an exceptional addition to our department. And Alex, now you have all this extra free time to go do all that other work that's been sitting on your desk. So I just think it's important that it's always great to have those really huge corporations, but it's really the small businesses that we count on. Because those persons tend to live here as well as work here, have their businesses here. So I'm going to be supportive of this motion as soon as somebody makes it. So thank you very much. Thank all of you for doing all the work that you do.
Thank you very much. And I'll kind of, I think there's one person I spoke about this and I can't speak to more than one person, but I did speak with Councilmember Fan in the beginning. And so I haven't had much of a role with it and to see it show up now. I'm very pleased. And we're nowhere near the end of this pandemic, so this policy is really going to make an impact. Before we go to Chris for the reading, we'll go to Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I just want to make a clarification that I had initiated this with Chris, and I know that Anthony brought this up at a later meeting, and Chris did mention that I had initiated. So I just want to make a clarification that I had initiated this ordinance. For some reason, it seems like the initiator was Anthony, but Anthony, I really appreciate your revisions on this, but I just want to make that clear for the record.
I really don't care who takes the credit. You know, you can be the person who, you know, it's fine. I think at the end of the day,
let's go to,
you know.
I'll take the credit. We'll go to Alex.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you, Alex, for all your hard work.
Thank you. It's always a team effort.
That's right.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Yes,
I just would like to clarify some of what I've heard from Councilmember Fan in terms of the amendments, the cost service fee, meaning the payment processing fee. I didn't hear, and maybe there is one, but is there a specific percentage that you may be thinking about?
For the credit card fee?
Yes, yes, sir.
3% I think is pretty standard.
3%. Okay, thank you for that. And then I believe I heard on the optional services up to
10
or 10%. Yeah, 10%. Okay, and then the third one was the effective or the term end date would be the date of when the local emergency ends, or did you say the state emergency?
The local
emergency. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go to Christopher Diaz. Help us out.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if what Councilmember Fan is requesting is going to be supported by the full council, I'd want to read some language into the record before I read the title of the ordinance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so yes, as so the language would be in section 3 regarding urgent need. We indicate that the ordinance should terminate 90 calendar days rather, after the local emergency is declared over. We would change that to say shall terminate at such time as the Milpitas City Council terminates the declared local emergency, so same time frame. In addition, in section 5, looking at subsection A, we'd add multiple sentences to the end of that to basically acknowledge the ability for restaurants to pay a higher amount to get additional services. And we did play with some language earlier. And so the language that I would recommend would be the provisions of this subsection shall not be construed to limit the ability of any covered establishment to choose to pay an additional. I think
Chris, sorry to interrupt you. It's my responsibility here. We gotta go to public comment. You know. So it is getting late. It is getting late. I take responsibility. Chris, I'm sorry. I always say I'm never gonna cut you off ever again. I'm gonna owe you some coffee or something next time, whenever we're social distant. But all right, Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, this is Voltaire Montemayor. Anyway, very quickly, any additional amount for the restaurant or other similar business to recover, kind of survival for the economy recovery. The question mark is that's a part of overhead. It's very hard. That's the transitivity positively to the meal amount per order, more money, but it reduces customers in numbers per day. So regardless of 15%, 10%, I don't look much for that, the comparison. Business instruction, according to my mother, is as long as more customers coming, little gain is more important than no customer, because even though the drivers will also maintain the depreciation of the car, the gasoline, and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Rivesh Kumar.
Good morning, City Council and Mayor Rich-Tran. I just want to mention with this, at a amendment to the ordinance, the City Council and City Attorney and as well as City Manager could consider the online platforms and as well as the applications. They also charge additional tax, for making the order online, and as well as there are different convenience fees and as well as the credit card charges, that's also applicable to that. So if you could, please consider the amendment to that, and as well as have a consideration for seniors as well, who rather like to purchase directly from any so please have consideration for that as well to for seniors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's it with public comment. Anybody else? All right, going once, going twice. That's it. 3 times. That's it. No more public comment. Back to you, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, Mayor. So I'll start where I left off, which would be an addition to section 5, subsection A, to basically acknowledge that a restaurant can essentially sign up for additional services and pay extra cost. The language would be: the provisions of this subsection shall not be construed to limit the ability of any covered establishment to choose to pay an additional, and we can either use the word cost here or 10%, per online or telephone order to access additional advertising or other products and services offered by any third-party food delivery service, period. However, any covered establishment that chooses to pay a fee that is greater than the fee set forth in the provisions of this subsection shall be required to affirmatively elect to pay that fee regardless of any contract that is in effect on the effective date of this ordinance. And what that language really gets to is that we'd want to make it clear that when a restaurant is indicating they want the additional services, that they are doing it after the effective date of this ordinance, so that we have a clear metric for the restaurants. The additional language to deal with the 3% in terms of credit card processing fees, I'd recommend a new subsection B be added, and current subsection B becomes subsection C, all in section 5. But subsection B would need to state, notwithstanding subsection A of this section, a third-party food delivery service may charge a covered establishment a separate fee of up to 3% of the purchase price per online or telephone order for the purpose of passing through any credit card convenience fee or surcharge resulting from that transaction. Such fee shall be itemized separately in any agreement, invoice, receipt, or other written statement of charges to a covered establishment, and shall not be considered in determining whether a third-party food delivery service has reached or exceeded the caps imposed herein. And that would be all of the additions. So with that, if that pleases the council, I'll go ahead and read the title of the ordinance, which is an uncodified urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, establishing a temporary limit on fees charged by third-party food delivery services on covered establishments during the COVID-19 emergency.
Any objections? I see none. Chris?
So we would just be looking for a motion to adopt the urgency ordinance.
So
moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez.
Actually, Mayor Rich-Tran, with all due respect, I do believe that Councilmember Fan did a lot of work and research. Could I go ahead and allow him to do the second so he could go ahead and make the second to this motion?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. You need to do that, but I appreciate that. Yes, I'll second.
Fantastic. Just the way I like it. We got a motion by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. That motion is carried. Chris?
And that's it. The urgency
And that's
ordinance has been adopted.
Thank you, Alex, for all your hard work.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
and
Chris.
Thank you, everybody.
and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for signing on with me on this. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's how it went down earlier this year, and so we're here in October now, and I look forward to this going into effect. So this goes into effect right now, or is there
It's 30 days, right?
in 30 days?
No, this is an urgency ordinance, so it's going to.
Oh, right, that's right.
today.
Yeah.
There is a grace period within the ordinance.
There's a 7-day grace period.
Correct.
Okay, good. It'll give the apps time to transition. And yeah, this will be huge news for our city. And our restaurant industry will be very, very excited, I think. So, okay, well, I'm looking at the time. It's past midnight. I'm going to go ahead and request this meeting to adjourn. I want to really say it was a productive night. And I know we had some holdover items from last time, but we'll get to that. And we can't forget we're going through one of the hardest times of our lives, as public servants. This is, I remember when we first started, at least with a couple of my colleagues here, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Fan, I think some of the biggest community issues we had was whether to open up the fields at the sports center, so residents can just go jogging around the field. That was kind of like the biggest deal. I think it made the front page of the Milpitas Post maybe. And here we are years later, and the issues have exponentially grown. And so I want to really give my thanks and appreciation to my colleagues across the dais as we have perspective on the work that we're doing as public servants, and equally appreciation and thanks to our city staff from every level, everybody that's on this call. The challenges that we face right now may be incomparable, and I hope will never rise to this level of public service for a society that's facing the greatest hardships in folks' lifetimes. So as long as we keep perspective, we can really navigate through the work that we do in the best way. So thank you very much, everybody, and this meeting is adjourned.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for the teamwork.
Good night.
Good night.